Old Testament.
You see, this brother right here says, well, all leftists want to see me dead. Well, I'm a leftist. I don't want to see you dead. I'm a Christian.
You call Trump's administration a neo-fascist movement, you lunatic.
And look at him laughing now. Just a joke, man. Here, it's not working.
Kind of farcical to quit a debate where we're literally debating about the importance of free speech. Do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Yes.
Why did you mock his widow?
Because she's being used as a political weapon right now.
Wow.
Shut up, Destiny. Shut up. You're so Shut up. Dude.
From the sick, gleeful celebrations of his murder to the open talk of vengeance and civil war, the assassination of Charlie Kirk has so far been anything but a unifying moment. Kirk's death was invoked by organisers of Saturday's Unite the Kingdom march in London, a mass anti-immigration protest which may have been the biggest this country's ever seen. Elon Musk appeared on screen to say this.
Whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die. And that's the truth.
Today, Elon, I think the British public are telling the world that they're ready to fight back.
Good. Yes.
Well, many of those cheering protesters will have travelled to Saturday's rally with the words of Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, ringing in their ears.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country.
I will bring peace to this universe,
no
matter the cost.
You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
It's not for me or anybody else to judge how a bereaved wife and mother grieves. Nobody can blame her for being angry and distraught. It's fair to say that for many, her words only compounded a sense of righteous fury and of us versus them.
I tend
there are
to
two
lost
powerful
souls.
narratives in direct
Shepherd
conflict right now,
tends to
both in the
flock.
UK and the US. One side sees an existential fight against the
30
erosion
seconds before
of
you
their
attack.
culture and their
Get
values
ready.
by people who revile both. The other can only see intolerance and bigotry. As always, the truth is probably on a middle ground that's very rapidly collapsing. And so too is the moral high ground of those on the left who cling to the idea that hatred and division are only conservative problems. Rabble-rousing rapper Bob Vyland smeared Charlie Kirk at a gig this weekend and then issued a cowardly denial.
4, 3,
Yo, real quick.
2,
At no
1.
point during yesterday's show
All you need to do is
was
capture the
Charlie
mission
Kirk's
area.
death
Got it?
celebrated. At no point.
I'll take a
whatsoever.
cosmic clash over fighting them this any day.
To an absolute piece of shit.
I require Slade. I feel better already. An object of great quantum magic.
I feel renewed.
Just calling him a piece of shit, that much is but at no point death celebrated. If it was, go find me a quote.
I am at your service.
Shameful and pathetic, and it turned out a shocking liar too, who saw very clearly what Dylan said and did. Now he doesn't have the balls to stand by it. People like Bob Dylan,
really clobbering time
they are
already,
the
Ben?
good guys who want peace and compromise. The fact is, they're much to blame for the precarious television as the very people they think are so much better.
Even small
In a moment, when we'll
My return.
begin with Peter Navarro, President Trump's City Council of Trade, and also the new book, I Went to Prison, so you won't have to. Peter Navarro, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Your time is past.
When you hear a rapper, it's good to have you, albeit in a shocking week, actually, the last 7 days have been a shock to everybody. When you see a rap star brazenly celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, and then pretending to have it, doesn't that tell you about some of the reactions?
The God of Thunder!
Accessory after here's the thing, too. This is what's so disturbing. I like people around the world understand this. This is not a symmetric
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
There's a disturbing trend toward asymmetry in what happens. Now you think about this horrible assassination
Want to match
of Charlie Kirk.
A little help, please.
That's one in a series, and the worst.
I am at your service.
But it's just one in a series of attacks on the right by the left. Born again! Donald Trump.
The cosmos heals.
I am ready to put on a show.
Break that down for you. I was in the White House for 4 years.
Bright like a star. The cosmos heals.
With the amazing Spider-Man!
Every person at the senior level I served with was a target in the ensuing years by the left. Myself, Steve Bannon, went to prison defending the Constitution. Both of us were sent. Everyone involved in sending us to prison was a Democrat. You
Perfection
had
is unattainable, but that should
4
not stop us
attempts
from trying to
in
achieve
different
it.
courtrooms to put Donald Trump in prison, interfere with his election, and 2 assassination attempts on Donald
30
Trump.
seconds before you
We had
attack.
Charlie
Get
Kirk
ready.
murdered in cold blood, and then others.
I am
was,
happy you're
here.
here, Susan.
9/11 is very sacred
You've been a
day
true friend since
for
I
us
first
here. I'm in
emerged
New
from my
York City.
cocoon.
I came up
You've certainly
with
come a
the
long
of
way
the
since
names
the Enclave created you, Adam.
They meant to use me as a pawn in their
perished
own
in
wicked
that horrible
schemes.
attack. And Rudy
But I
Giuliani
had a much higher
was sitting
calling.
there in the front row.
The
in
battle
front of
starts
me.
in 5, 4,
He'd just been in a
3,
terrible
2,
accident.
1.
His T9 thoracic
All
spine
you need
was
to do is
crushed, but
capture
he
the mission
wasn't
area.
there.
Got it?
And the left has bankrupted America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani. They've taken away the bar cards of Jeff Clark and John Eastman. And even people who were put into prison are spending millions of dollars. So the asymmetry, my point here is that there's this asymmetry. And now the left wants to be kumbaya, I'm in the middle, and all this fancy stuff. And my message to them is why I wrote this book. It's a warning that we must hold these people accountable through legal means, or here's they'll do it again and again and again. Just listen to Jasmine Crockett and Maxine Waters and Chuck Schumer, AOC, Bernie Sanders, all of these guys call us fascists with a straight face.
Behold the god of thunder!
Putting us in prison and using
No
the
worries,
American
I've got your
justice system, politicians with black robes, to do all sorts of
Destiny
damage
awaits.
to us. And that's the state of play here, Piers. And if you've got a better solution than holding these people accountable so they won't do it again, I'd love to hear it. Because
Fall
this
back, my
isn't New
friends.
Testament, turn the other cheek time. This is Old Testament, legal
You've captured more than
justice.
half of the mission
Not
area. Keep going.
lawfare
Retreat to
justice.
safety.
Is there a
Cosmos
danger?
heals you.
You know, I don't disagree with a lot of what you've said. But is there a
Ready for some
danger
sweet,
that
sweet
in
vengeance.
some of the rhetoric that is now being used by your side,
Quantum magic.
when you hear Elon Musk, for example, talking about the need to fight back against violence, which many have taken to mean be violent as well. Your powers are mine! About the tone? You've been very careful to say
By the eye of Agamotto!
Others are ramping up the rhetoric to imply that the only way to deal with violence is potentially
We are in this together.
themselves. U.S. national debt.
I am ready to put on a show.
These are uncertain times. We're on out.
You'll have
Not
to
to make
keep
you
fighting
think.
until we have a
Maybe
winner.
now will be a good time to fight gold. Stability, a sensible diversification. Birch Gold Group believes that every American should own physical gold. They created something special. So the first
Born again!
for the first time in free metals and qualifying purchases. To start the process, request a free information kit now. Just text PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, to 989898. Make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of $10,000 when you buy before the end of September. Text my name PEERS to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free information pack. Again, just text PEERS to 989898.
Well, a couple of things to say. I think it's extremely important for people to measure their words. I mean, I'm seeing now coverage on the left of this, and as they call for kumbaya and things like that, and mourn the loss of Charlie Kirk, there's always a but. There's always a but, whether it's the New York Times or some rapper or anything in between.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
In there, that's a
I
signal
will bring peace to
the
this
left
universe,
that
no
it's
matter
okay
the
to kill
cost.
people. It's subtle, but it's a signal. So we've got to be very careful there. Now, to Mr. Musk, Elon, come on, let's get real, brother. X is the biggest cesspool of violent rhetoric in the country other than Facebook. And if you want to make a real contribution, Elon, clean that damn thing up. And I'll tell you, Pierce, here's what should be done on X and Facebook and everywhere
I
else.
will leave this
No more
universe a better place
anonymity.
than it
No
was
more
before
hiding
I was
behind the
30
created.
seconds
mask
before you attack.
of
Get
anonymity
ready.
on social media. You have to
Are you
respect the idea
really the
that
goddess
if you
of the
don't
underworld?
say something to
Would
somebody's
you like
face
a tour? I warn
in
you,
a civil
entering
setting,
is easier
then you
than
damn well
leaving.
shouldn't be allowed to say it on X or Facebook or Instagram. And right now,
The
it's
battle
the
starts in
toxicity
5,
level
4,
of social
3,
media is
2,
beyond the pale.
1.
And it's not
All
just
you need to do is
people
capture
in
the
this
mission
country
area.
who
Got
are
it?
spewing that. It's like foreigners are swarming right now our social media propaganda. So Elon, there's a project for you, brother. Get up to Mars, clean up social media. I don't know which one's harder than Elon, but do them both.
The governor of Utah, Spencer Clark, has described social media as a cancer, that it has the same impact on society as a cancer. He's explained in his eyes it's very addictive and very toxic and behaves like a disease. Would you go along with that?
You are safe now.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's wrong. It's Ebola.
A new threat rises from beneath the waves.
We've seen
Want a match?
There's an assassin. Think about it.
We're in this together.
22 years old. Where was his world reform?
An opportunity
On
for
gaming,
combat.
where he's like virtually killing tens of thousands of people in his life and his violence. And listening to social media. And look, remember what he said on that bullet.
Oh, I touch it quickly.
Who said that? Bernie Sanders.
Feel better
Help
already?
get that vehicle to its destination.
You
Jasmine
will not
Crockett.
face this trail alone.
Maxine
Want a match?
Maximum pulse!
Supreme Justice Kavanaugh winds up having somebody come to his home to try to kill him. Chuck Schumer.
They got the drop on you.
So I want to get back to this idea. I want you here, like, I literally went to prison, okay, for defending
I am born anew.
constitutional separation of powers. I got a subpoena.
Get that vehicle moving again. Full.
New legally formed Democrat committee formed by Nancy Pelosi out for election. For 50 years, the Department of Justice says
Born again!
senior White House advisors like me should not honor a congressional subpoena because of a concept known as executive privilege. That's the idea that confidential communication between advisors like me and the president are protected by law, which is something that goes back to George Washington. And I wind up going through a process straight party line now holds you in contempt. It goes to a Justice Department run by Democrats, Merrick Garland on down. And it's a misdemeanor here, mind you, and rather than simply call me up and say, hey, self-surrender, they do a circle raid with 5 armed FBI agents. They take down me and my fiancé who's on the cover of her. Tell CNN in advance that it's going to happen. They make it a big and the agent, Walter Giardina, who put me in charge, turns out to be the same guy who greenlit a Steele dossier against President Trump, which was and that's on the whole Russia.
This artifact is quite
and then
powerful.
I go to look, I did what I was supposed to do. I'll be able to argue that in court. No. It's good. I'm the data. Nope, you can't argue that. Yeah, I had no defense by the time I got to trial, and then the district attorney, I don't know, it voted, I think it's 92% to Joe Biden. It's the bluest of blue places in America. The jury pool is drawn from that. The judge allowed anti-Trump people on the jury. They convicted. And then, rather than let me...
My cosmic might return.
Which is always the case in these conversations. They deny me that.
Extermination! The moon wants you! Born again!
It's going to the Supreme Court. It's like a sleepy case, but it's a landmark constitutional case. And
Second chance
if I
is
lose
over.
that case here, every single senior White House advisor going forward, regardless of party, Democrat or Republican, will face the same kind of choice that I had to face, which is interference with the election and to try to put them in prison. That's what American politics come down to.
Yeah, you know, I just think
it's shameful, it's wrong, and it's becoming more violent.
Yeah, I think the politicization by everybody belongs to hearing power because ultimately that is not the law supposed to be there.
The moon haunts you!
Tremble before fast!
Extermination!
No, they're fascinating and interesting what Elon Musk will say in response to what you said about what he should do with X. So thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
I appreciate the time, Pierce.
For joining me to discuss that and the writers of the Charlie Kirk murder, the host of the Crucible, Andrew Wilson, host and executive producer of the Young Turks, Sparian, professor of philosophy West. I'll start with Jack Toby, who's the senior editor of Human Events and a close friend of Charlie Kirk. Thank you, Jack. Good to have you on Uncensored. My deepest sympathies to you and Charlie and your friends. Absolutely horrific murder.
We're safe now.
Blood. And we're now seeing the fallout from this. What is your view of the reaction to what has happened to Charlie Kirk? And I played at the start of this a rapper brazenly celebrating his death. There's been so much of it. What do you feel about it? Today's show is natural, bakers of the Optimum Day, natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day is designed to boost energy, support weight loss, here at the
Extermination!
Cost £50. Anita, and immigration
You may need to.
Born again!
find out more, scan the QR code on the screen, or visit oxfordmedical.com/peers. And here's the best part: use the code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, and get 70% off your first order. Get 70% off the promo code.
Yeah, well, Pierce, thanks for having me on again. And you know, I don't even know how to put it in words. I wake up on Wednesday, routine day. Charlie's going to campus. I'm covering the show, and then minutes later, I get footage of my friend getting murdered on live TV, and then I wake up the next day and I see thousands of people celebrating it and cheering it, and here's a concert hall full of people clapping and laughing, and a rapper, you know, cheering it on. And we've got a big problem here. We've got a big problem where people have just, I feel like they've lost humanity. I think that they've lost humanity, they've lost sight of, and been totally dissociated with humanity and with reality. And I think there's some kind of social, spiritual
Which hero do you think
cancer
you want to be today?
that's going on, to take someone who is
You don't have
a
to
young
be a
man,
witch to find the
who's a
magic in
husband,
this world. But it does help.
a father of 2 young children. I just saw the family this weekend.
Now, who am I gonna
And,
banish from this match?
You know, just because of social media, or, you know, you think someone's just an influencer, you know, just someone to disagree with, that I can get away from them. Well, it's not that. It's a real person. We're all real people, and I think we've all lost sight of that.
Has it made you more concerned about your own safety? You're a high-profile conservative. You know, you're out there, you're doing events, you're talking. How do you feel? A lot of people must be asking themselves this question: what now, in terms of your security and so on?
Well, Piers, look, there are people who did this. This was an evil act. This was not an accident. And obviously we need to be secure. Every event going forward, we need to make sure that there is pure security. Obviously the question of outside events is something that's
Pick your hero.
discussed
Or villain.
and
I'm not
considered,
judging.
whether or not we can properly secure that, not just for those of us who might be on the microphone, but the people and you know, the students and employees and staff who are going to be at these events, and even just, you know, regular students on campus. I mean, campus security, or all security. But the problem is that we've entered into a very dark place, and I fear that until we really start to deal with this cancer that's been metastasized throughout our society, we're
Chaos
still going to be
surrounds
living with
us.
this threat.
But I will
When Elon
gladly
Musk
show it to his
addressed
infant
this very large crowd in London on
30
Saturday,
seconds before you
and
attack.
said that the
Get
only
ready.
way to respond to this violence from the left is to fight back. Many have interpreted that to mean, you know, if need be, violent. Do you feel that is ratcheting up the rhetoric too far, or do you think he meant something else?
I didn't hear Elon's speech. You know, dealing with
The
other
battle
things this
starts in
weekend.
5,
But
4,
look,
3,
in terms of fighting
2,
back, obviously,
1.
I
Just don't shoot him when he's blocking.
Fight the way that
Got it?
Charlie
Easy.
fought, do politics the right
What
way.
are they like? These other worlds where I do not exist.
Ideals, fight with dialogue, with speech, always stood for freedom of
You're
speech.
not going anywhere.
Always stood for freedom of speech. And when it comes to anyone who is perpetuating this cancerous ideology, and of course perpetuating violence, excusing or encouraging violence, then that would
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
having law enforcement and local, state, federal, whatever the appropriate manner would be, under color of law, would be, of course, to try
Capture
to
the mission area.
prevent and intervene before one of these horrific acts
Reborn from the
take
goodbye.
place. And of course, we heard FBI director come out this morning and say that there were people who were discussing this in the open, place, obviously, all of that. Here's the embarrassing these are the huge problems of serial killers. Other behavioral issues in society that we dealt with. I think we just really step back, have that conversation, and figure out how passionate that real response is going to be.
Or a dagger.
Anna Gasparian, what was your immediate reaction when you heard about what happened to Charlie Kirk?
Chaos always worth celebrating.
Come over here. I can heal you.
Well, it started with absolute shock, followed by despair, followed by fear of what this means for the country and how things could potentially and very likely devolve further. You know, Charlie and I had multiple debates and conversations, and what I really want
This is real firepower!
He had a huge platform and was inviting people like me to make my case to a completely different audience about my point of view, why I believe things that I believe, and that's what is supposed to make America great. The ability to live in a pluralistic society where people have differences of opinion but can engage with one another in good faith and make a case.
Keep going.
By the eye of Agamotto!
That's the kind of person Charlie Kirk was. Now, that's not to take away from the things that I vehemently disagree with him on. But violence is an act of cowardice. It's what losers. It's what people who are unable to articulate their arguments effectively resort to. That's my take on what happened to Charlie Kirk. And I have to say, the video of him getting killed was one of the most disgusting, horrific things I've seen, and I can't get that image out of my mind. It's seared in my mind.
We cannot let them claim victory.
I mean, thank you for saying what you just said. What has been truly shocking to me, not just the murder itself, which was obviously just horrific, as was the video. And I agree, it's very hard to ever lose that image. But the reaction from young people in particular on the left, I have to say, I have found absolutely sickening. The glee, the celebration, the TikToks, the general the behaviour and then the lying about the fact they were clearly celebrating the most I've got no problem with people praising Charlie Kirk's record and criticising him where they feel he was wrong about stuff. That's fine. That happens to every public figure when they die. But to gleefully celebrate the cold-blooded execution of a 31-year-old father and kid, I just found crossed every line of humanity. And I guess, Anna, you know, a lot of these young people, you've met a lot of these young people on the left. What is going on with young people on the left?
This is real firepower!
Young people on the right that have similar mindsets about their opponents. What is going on with these young
By the eye of Agamotto!
Do you genuinely think this is something to celebrate? Breaking news.
Nobody can stand up against a full strength. Advantage gained in the material plane.
Celebrities are emerging from jail. Virtue signaling has been outlawed under punishment of mass ridicule, and we are finally free to call a spade a spade. So what was the cause of death? How did the silenced majority finally win?
I may be powered by chaos,
Woke
but I'm
is dead
trying to
is my
bring a
definitive
bit of
story of the
order
rise
to
and
the
fall
universe.
of woke, as well as the common sense heroes and PC villains who have dominated news and culture across 10 years of madness. It's also
30
my
seconds
personal
before you
roadmap
attack.
back
Get
to a
ready.
less divided world. A world where we can agree to disagree,
We find
where
ourselves
debate
caught in a
triumphs over
battle
censorship,
between two
and where
dudes
common
with
sense
no way of truly
is
knowing
king.
which one
You
of
will be
them is
shocked
We
by how
would
much
be
you
better
agree
off
with me.
making a deal with Mephisto.
I have done that, Wanda. I can assure you we most certainly believe
Well, I'm going to answer the question, but let me just note that
The
there
battle
are
starts in 5,
different factions
4,
on the left.
3,
And I think the
2,
way that this is kind of being
1.
discussed in a way that just kind of
All you need to do is
generalizes
capture the
everyone on
mission
the
area.
left is kind of
Got it?
unfair. But putting that
When will
aside,
these
I
madmen
do
learn
think that
that
we have
reality
an
isn't their
overall
plaything?
problem. I think what happened is a symptom of a bigger issue that we have, not just in this country, but in
I have tagged a foe.
dehumanization, people fixed on their control that, the devaluing right? I mean, we've been seeing images of people being butchered, children being butchered endlessly on social media over the last 2 years. Johnny, I mean, the that all you need to do is like get rid of or take out some of the prominent figures on the political side of the aisle that you disagree with, and that will somehow
I
solve
won't make the same
issue.
mistakes
No,
again.
that doesn't solve the issue. What it does is it makes the situation
Now,
in
a
various countries where this
disappearing.
type of political violence plays out far worse. Now you're hearing talk of retaliation in a violent way. When it comes to the Trump administration, you're hearing policies that are being proposed that will limit the legitimate speech of Americans. I am concerned about that. What that disgusting murderer did is he pushed for this I don't think heads would prevail, but at the same time, I don't begrudge it. I mean, that poor wife with her 2 children witnessed Charlie Kirk get shot in the neck. There goes one. I don't begrudge her at all. I can't even imagine where my headspace would be at right now. That happened
Past the halfway point.
Andrew Wilson, where were you when you heard about Charlie? What is your view of the fallout?
Yeah, I was sitting with my wife watching TV. So the thing is I know this picture circulating around Charlie Kirk who's debating the president of the Oxford Union, and they were all smiling. This is real firepower. So how many of these leftists have murderous intent? We show up to have a conversation with them. We show up to debate our views. We show up to in some way engage with them. How many of them have seething murderous intent behind their eyes, and they don't really want to do any of that? They really want you dead. And that is the biggest demonstration of that, by the way, in that one single picture. You have Anna Kasparian here, and she's talking about this. The Young Turks called Charlie Kirk a fascist how many times? The Young Turks played into this rhetoric how much? They went out of their way to do so. Ruben recently called them out for doing it.
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic.
Hang on.
I've literally never. I don't even call Trump a fascist.
I didn't interrupt you once, lady.
But
You'll
you
have a
can't
chance
make
to
things
talk.
up about what I've said about Charlie Kirk.
You can talk when I'm done talking, like I was respectful enough to let you do. So the thing is
30
like,
seconds
yes,
before you
they
attack.
do. This
Get
network
ready.
does do that, and these leftists do that. And they set all the rhetoric up in the world to make sure something like this happened, and they were dancing on the grave of this guy before he was even told. I have tweets from Destiny which are insane. The leftists have gone off the reservation. And it's time for us to stop pretending that it's not their rhetoric which is leading to these types of assassinations, because it is. I don't want to hear about factions. All of you guys are doing this. All of you guys have the same type of rhetoric which leads to this, or the networks you work for do.
Well, Anna, let you respond to that before I bring Cornell.
I have never called Charlie Kirk a fascist, number one. In fact, if anything, we have received a tremendous amount. I don't remember Trump. I don't remember Jake calling Charlie Kirk a fascist. In fact, Jake and I got into a debate about whether or not. Hold on. I don't remember Jake calling Charlie Kirk a fascist. He called Trump a fascist.
By the eye of Agamotto.
But everyone on the left together. Destiny on anything. Destiny is totally uneasy to this rhetoric. 100%. I have been critical of Charlie Kirk's political views. But going around and turning the temperature up, I did not engage in that. So I just want you to at least be fair about what I've actually said.
There's no actual reason for us to believe leftists at this point. It's very clear that while they come out with a handshake, wanting to have organizations they claim, right? In reality, what they're doing is they have no good intent. They'll celebrate you the day that you die. The next day they'll go after your wife. Thousands of social media accounts going after her wife. This guy's wife, after she made a speech about her poor husband. Yes, your side that's doing that.
This is real firepower!
Okay, fine, you're not a leftist. I'm sorry, are you on the left wing? Are you a Democrat? Are you more of a Democrat than you are a Republican? Do you move towards those types of issues? Are you a Berkshire's an independent.
Well, you gotta at least know that my people are gonna attack.
Let me bring in.
I've been attacked by the left over the last 3 years.
All right, let me bring in.
I've been attacked by the left. Viciously by leftists over the last 3 years because of the fact that I want to engage in this type of dialogue, because of the fact I was willing to sit down with Charlie Kirk and with Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro. I'm willing to have conversations, and I don't go around and not being because I disagree with them. Listen, I'm not going to be blamed for what everyone in that company has to say. Anyone in that company has to say. You're supposed to judge people based on individuals. We did not go around calling Charlie Kirk a fascist and a Nazi.
You don't have good reasoning skills if it's the case that you think, oh my God, you can't be calling people Nazis. You can't be calling people Nazis.
I'm not calling them Nazis. Why are you making it up? Making it up. You're all...
This is real firepower!
All right, let me bring in. I want to bring in Cornell West. I want to bring in Cornell. He's been waiting. Please, let Cornell come in now. He's been waiting very patiently. Cornell, welcome back to Uncensored, where things are getting incendiary quite quickly. I think the overriding point I would make about the debate we've just been hearing between Andrew and Anna is that there is little doubt to me that the constant rhetoric on the left, the woke left, to be specific to where I think a lot of the blame lies, ever since Donald Trump came into power in 2016, has been this relentless use of the phrases Hitler, Nazis, fascists about Trump and about Trump supporters. And the problem with constantly saying this as a
by the eye of Agamotto,
for 9 years, it permeates down to young accessible minds who genuinely believe that it is their mission to stop America from being taken over by the new Nazis or the new fascists or the new Hitler. And that leads to the kind of thing we saw with Charlie Kirk. Do you agree?
I won't make the same mistake.
Language,
Team's capture progress has passed the halfway
in my
point.
view, woeful misuse, particularly of the word Nazi, towards Trump and his supporters. This is part of the problem.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Honesty, decency, and self-critical sensibility of individuals and groups is more and more disappearing. So you end up with crime, because hatred is something that goes to it. Just like greed.
My work here is not
just
done.
like indifference for the suffering of others. It's just prolific in the lives of the left. Muslims, it lies with Jews, it lies with Buddhists, it lies with Hindus. And human beings were so wretched in the first place that we don't
by the eye of Agamotto,
we end up falling back on greed and hatred and indifference. And the American empire at this moment is one in which the lethal combination of the hatred and the greed and the indifference generates very much the exchange that we just saw. You see, this brother right here says, well, all leftists want to see me dead. Well, I'm a leftist. I don't want to see you dead. I'm a Christian.
You call Trump's administration a neo-fascist movement, you lunatic. You people have gone out
You're
of your
absolutely
way.
right.
You have gone
No, let me make the case. Let me make the case. Let me make the case. Will you allow me to speak, brother? Come on, No, you haven't made the case. If you think I've made the case, then you're not in this dialogue.
You said this brother over here said
You
this.
very, very different than Brother Charlie, man. You very different than Charlie, though, man. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
and I can make the case for that,
people
too.
like you that got that man killed, sir.
No. There are such a thing as neo-fascists. But Pierce, why you have a brother on who's not going to allow nobody to speak, man? We're just wasting time. If all you're interested in is making your money, and you bring this brother on it, and nobody can say a word, and we can't even mourn Brother Charlie passing. I had dialogues with Brother Charlie. This brother's going to say, oh, this kumbaya and so forth. No. Charlie was made in the image of a loving and mighty God. I believe that. I say my prayers for Sister Erica and the kids because this brother wants to trash my Christian sensibility. And look at him laughing now. It's a joke, man. Pierce, it's not worth it.
Is Charlie Kirk part of the neo-fascist movement? Is he part of your neo-fascist
movement? Not with this brother. Charlie himself says that he is against Civil Rights Act. Does that make him a proponent of Jim Crow when he calls Martin Luther King Jr. an awful human being and a scumbag?
There it is.
I'm critical of that.
Which
I
hero
am
do you
critical
think
of
you
that.
wanna
You're
be today?
absolutely right, Brother Wilson. You're absolutely right. But if all you're going to do is be arrogant,
don't have to
you're
be a
arrogant
witch
just
to
like
find
the
the
so-called
magic in
leftists
this
are talking
world.
about.
But it
Pierce,
does
you're
help.
making your money, brother. Go on and make your money, man.
Nah.
It's all about making.
I'm
Brother,
gonna
right here,
making money.
part of the problem. This other brother who has a deep connection to Charlie, he's willing to at least listen, but this brother's not willing to
Cornell,
listen.
can you sit down? I would like you to remain part of the debate.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. He's smoking his cigarettes with his arrogant self. Come on, man. We don't have enough dialogue at all.
Surely you're not going to walk out in a debate about dialogue.
Go on and make your money, man.
Right. Well, there's a kind of farcical to quit a debate where we're literally debating about the importance of free speech and being able to listen to each other's opinions, which seems to me completely insane. Anyway, we've lost Cornell West for now. Maybe we'll get him back. Well, Andrew Wilson referred to Destiny's insane tweets a little earlier, which were disavowed by Anna Kasperin. Well, Destiny joins us now. Destiny, you've been quite active on social media since Charlie Kirk's death. When Erica
The right
Kirk
heroes could make
posted
all the difference.
Charlie's coffin, you responded, she tagged him, brackets, crying face emojis. In response to Alina Haber's tweet ordering people to fly their flags a half-mast in memory of Charlie, you posted on X buying flags and poles just to fly them fully erect. And you then posted yesterday ending every conservative debate call out I do in 2026 with don't dodge, bro. That's not what Charlie would have wanted. I mean, do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Yes. I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side. We are 10 years into whatever this Trump madness is, and there is not a single mainstream conservative that will call for a lowering of the temperature on their side. I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. All of the recent political violence that's happened in this country over the past 20 years, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, everybody gets mad because they keep asking Brock about it, has been conservative.
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
A guy from Utah who was raised in a Christian family.
Yeah. A guy described. No, definitely.
Light Force
To be clear, the government of Utah, Spencer Cox, made it clear that their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this. That's just.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. When?
Yesterday, he said that. The
Yeah,
governor.
when was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did remote college?
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know the very reasonable sounding governor of Utah has made it clear that the event. Oh, you may not want to hear this. You may not want to hear it.
I'll patch you up.
But the reality is, the investigators, according to the governor of Utah, have established that he was radicalized to a leftist ideology that drove him to murder Charlie Kirk. And let me just ask you, you're accusing the governor of lying, that's your prerogative. But if it turns out you yourself with a leftist ideology who wanted to shut up Charlie Kirk, would you condemn him?
Behold the god of thunder!
The United States can go on all of us need to calm down.
You won't condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk until Donald
This is real firepower!
All of us need to calm down. Can you tell me why he cannot?
Why would you expect anybody, Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer the question? Why
Can you answer this question?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Why do you think that? Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question.
President of the United States of America and the leader of
Destiny, let me
You
just...
have a huge audience of young men who listen to everything you have to say. So when it doesn't matter. You have a huge audience. And because you have a huge audience, you have a responsibility to not... No, it hasn't. It hasn't been. You actually care about the country and want to bring people together. You do the opposite. You're a Destiny. You're embarrassing.
Let me ask Destiny a question.
Watch how easy this
No,
is.
hang on.
If
Don't all
Trump
shout
would
at
come out
once,
and say-
please.
If Donald Trump would have come out
Destiny,
and say, hey, we should all be less violent,
Destiny,
I have no problem saying
I have one
absolutely.
question for you,
Why
Destiny.
can't conservatives do that? Why can't
Destiny,
conservatives do that?
Destiny, I have a question for you. Why do you think in your campaign for everyone to dial down the temperature, why do you think that mocking grieving widow, that's post an image of her at the coffin site, why do you think that constitutes turning down the temperature?
You can't turn down the temperature on your own.
You inflame the temperature. You're mocking his widow. You're mocking his widow.
We've had multiple political assassinations over the past year. What do you mean it's turning up the temperature?
Why did you mock his widow? Why did you mock his widow?
She's being used as a political weapon right now.
Wow.
For conservatives to continue. What do you mean, wow? She's literally doing
Her husband just got murdered.
on email. And she's using it to
And you can't even condemn the murder.
Us against the world. This is real firepower!
Which question?
Behold the god of thunder!
All need to turn it down.
Fine.
Like Biden could.
The current
like Obama
score
could.
is
Like the Clintons could.
0
Like Kamala could. Why
to
not?
Why can't
0.
you condemn the murder of Charlie
Time to
Kirk?
switch things
I'm not the
up.
president
Why
of the
can't
United
you
States.
condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Unbelievable to me.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because
You'll
it
need a
wasn't my
top-notch
side
team
that
to
caused
win
it.
this
It
Yes, it
the one that
was.
is driving up
It
the
actually
rhetoric.
was your side that caused it. It was your side.
This guy was raised in a white
He was a
Christian household
radicalized
in a Christian
leftist
state.
ideology.
He wasn't radicalized by leftism at all. You have no proof of that whatsoever.
That's what the
Just like one that
investigators
killed
are
Melissa
saying.
Was a conservative, just like the people that firefight Shapiro's house was a conservative, just like all the J6ers were
He was not a
conservatives, like the Proud
conservative,
Boys
he was
were
a
conservatives.
pro-Palestinian
Every
activist.
single one of these people. Oh, it's Jack Prosovic, what, the author of Unhuman, another person that Charlie
Well,
Burton, good one, dude.
I'll give you one last chance, Destiny, to condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Being like an onion.
Why can't I hear Donald Trump
Because you're against
condemn violence in
So,
this
all
country?
right, you won't
Why can't I
condemn
hear
it. Okay, we've
I
all
can't hear it.
heard.
That's
30
insane.
We've all
seconds
heard
before
you
you attack.
repeatedly refuse
Get
to
ready.
condemn it.
Heard Donald Trump refuse to condemn it
Jack
too. But for
Posobiec.
some reason, the leftists on YouTube are a bigger deal. Unbelievable.
Yeah, what's incredible is you don't have the basic humanity to condemn it. You'd rather taunt his widow. I find that sickening. Jack Posobiec.
I find it sickening that when people are getting killed in the country, the president of the United States on Fox and Friends, when they're begging you, what do you say to your followers that want revenge? He says, I don't know, all the
The
elections
battle
are
starts
rigged.
in 5.
It's the radical
4,
Democrats. That's insane
3,
to me.
2,
And then the fixation.
1.
Who on Twitter and YouTube is condemning the violence?
I'll patch you up.
You have a great example here of the type of cancer I'm talking about, where when you present direct information, they refuse, they outright obfuscate, they refute, they say it's not true, they lie. You can see from pull-up cases, you can see from postings, you can see from everything out there that it's very clear what happened here. This is the same people who support the President Trump almost getting assassinated twice last year for getting assassinated in a situation. Again, see, just lies. That's all they do. They talk and something needs to be done. Something absolutely needs to be done. This ideology should be changed, driven from the public discourse. I mean, you've got people who have completely dissociated with humanity because all they care about clicks, YouTube streams, likes. Go to the casket, go to the gravesite, go talk to the widow. You know, I don't even know how to almost discuss this. I was completely lost all touch with reality.
Yeah, I mean, as a representative to why the president said we should all be less violent. I'll patch you up.
Armed and again!
I don't think you're in a position to demand anything from anybody.
On YouTube. That's how I'm going to take my.
You're not in a position to condemn anybody for anything. You don't condemn cold bloody murder.
You're ready
He's the president of the United States.
Basic humanity says the murder was horrific. Why can't you say it? Why can't you say it, Destiny? To say the murder was Anarchist Baron, to me, this is what I'm talking about. That I think there is an element of the left, the hard woke left, that have completely lost their mind.
I'll patch you up.
If you are not able to just outright...
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
And if you cannot stop yourself from mocking his grieving widow, you are sick. As I've just seen from Destiny. It's a sick
thing is weaponizing a widow's grief to try to get recruitment for your political party. That's one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. She's showing up in emails for recruitment drives, TPUSA.
Destiny. What did you think the assassination of a political figure would do? What did you think the outcome was going to be? What did you think the outcome was? And by the way, really, your behavior. Hold on. Hey, how about take it easy on the Adderall? Take it easy on the Adderall, and let me answer the question right here as my behavior is not reliant on how anyone else feels. Everybody has a decision about how I choose to react and respond to it. I don't wake up in the morning, check what Donald Trump has to say, and then base my own personal behavior on his behavior. I agree with you in that it would be very helpful to have the leader of this country want to turn the temperature down. And he hasn't done that. I agree with you on that. But that doesn't change the way I respond to what's going on. The idea of mocking a woman who is now a widow with 2 young children who witnessed her husband get shot in the neck and bleed out to death. What is wrong with you? I just don't understand it. That's it. I don't understand it. I don't understand you, Destiny. You have so much hatred in your heart, and at the same time,
it's such a simple thing. If you're going to weaponize somebody's grief against the other party, well, then of course people have a right to fight back against it. I think that she has every right to grieve in whatever way she wants, but when that grief is going to be weaponized to do recruitment, political recruitment, and further radicalization of the other side, then of course you not only have the ability to mock it, I think you have the obligation to mock it. It's insane.
Let me understand. Let me understand your argument. So since others are using her grief to politically recruit, you think that it's okay to mock her specifically?
Since others
How does
are
that make
using
any
her grief,
sense?
she's the one who gave a 17-minute speech on TV where she talked about good versus evil. She's the one showing up in
Destiny, let me
TPUSA
explain.
ads to
Let
1
me
or 2
explain
days
something
after.
to you. If someone assassinated my husband, I would not be able to have the level of composure she had during that speech. I would be out for blood. I understand why she's angry and why she said the things that she said. Okay, you need to understand what being a human is, what it's like to actually lose someone that you love, that you chose to spend your life with, that you chose to raise children with, a person who was violently and viciously assassinated like that. This is why I've moved away
And when
from
something
identifying as a
you got bullied online. It's so funny. It's so funny that you just said that you don't think about how other people act to define your behavior. Your entire political ideology now is somehow defined by the people that were mean to you on Twitter.
No,
if somebody
it's
cares
not.
about somebody who's
No,
grieving,
I
then
understood
you tell that
what
person,
the flaws on the left happen to
hey,
be. The
maybe you should
weakness Listen, they're
step back for a
arguments.
couple of
No,
weeks.
no, it's
Maybe
not
you should
about
take
the
some
way
time
I
to
get
grieve.
treated.
You don't
I get
say,
treated
hey,
like
let's throw a
crap from
camera in
both
front
sides
of
of the
you
political
and have
aisle.
you do mass recruitment for our political party while everyone over here is calling for civil war. It's unhinged. When you've got people like Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire and the
we're
President
talking to a guy who said he'd be
war.
okay with his own parents getting killed if they went to that Trump rally where that assassination
Yeah, and we're talking to
There's no
a woman who
reasoning
went on
with
and
you,
did the whole
Destiny.
conservative media
There's no
outlet with
reasoning with you.
Beck and had nothing bad to say whatsoever. I know where your bread is buttered. I know where
And
you're
it was
making your money
great. I
from,
had
okay? That's
awesome
great.
conversations.
And
I
you
don't
do
regret
it
it at all.
personal
I also had a
attacks.
conversation with Jack
Because you're
Posobiec
so
on her take. It was awesome.
You don't
That's
have to
what
be a
democracy
witch
is
to
about.
find a match
Having an
that you
exchange of
swim.
ideas.
But it does help.
All right, let me bring in.
Right.
Let me bring
I don't
in.
agree with him on everything, but at
Still
least we
to
can
this
have
day.
dialogue.
Anna, you're completely right, by the way. Anna is completely right. And the irony of Charlie Kirk is that he led the way in going in to debate with people who hated him, and he would try and have respectful
Charlie
dialogue.
Kirk beat up
Well,
on college students.
unlike
That's all
you,
he did.
Destiny.
Let's be
Let me
real.
bring
Unlike
Andrew
me,
Wilson in.
I'm
So do you.
Let me bring in
So do
Andrew
you.
Wilson.
So do you. You beat up on college students. You go on a college tour.
Charlie
You're going on a
Kirk is
college
trying to
tour
hold
right
higher
now
level
to
debates
beat
than
up
you guys
on
do.
college students. What are you talking about, Destiny? That's what you're doing right this second, is going on a college tour to go beat up on college students. By the way, can I just ask you a question?
I don't
Yes or no?
exclusively beat up on college.
Can you
What are you
actually
talking about? I
answer?
debated half
Can you
the
actually
damn
answer?
way. What do you
Hang
mean
on,
I
calm
beat up?
down.
What do you mean I
I
beat up
just
on
got one
college
question.
students?
I got one question for you, and I want you to actually answer it. Are you glad Charlie Kirk is dead?
No, I don't think anybody in this country should be dying to political violence. It's insane. The past 5 years in this country has been crazy. But the reality is, until conservatives
So then why did you say to your co-host that Trump deserved the bullet? Why did you tell him that?
Until conservatives have to say, hey, we all need to be less violent, there's no purpose in
Pick your
Democrats doing
hero.
this. Every time
Or
Democrats
villain. I'm not
disavow,
judging.
you further entrench your guys' delusional beliefs that all the violence is coming on the left. Donald Trump can go on TV, he can say, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. They can go on Parler and say, we heard you.
Who are you
They can go to the
calling a
Capitol
raccoon,
and break
huh?
in and try to insurrect. They can get convicted in front of a jury, and then Donald Trump can pardon them, and we can come out and go, hey guys, why aren't Democrats disavowing violence? Pretend that the problem is coming from the left. Democrats do a disservice to this country by disavowing
hang
violence
on. Yeah,
constantly
let me
when the
respond
President of the
quickly.
United States
Let me
won't go
respond
on TV
quickly.
and say all of
Let me
us need to
respond
be less
quickly,
violent. How
Destiny.
easy
So
would that
the
be?
thing is, why did you say to your co-host
We've
that
got
the
Galaxy,
bullet,
sure.
that the bullet
Sometimes we take
was
stuff
for
other
Trump?
people are
Why
garbage.
did you say to your co-host that
Donald
the
Trump-
best
why did-
place
30
for the
seconds
bullet was
before you
Trump?
attack.
Why did you say
Get
that?
ready.
Why did Donald Trump call
It's a
people fascists?
whataboutism.
That's what's
Whataboutism.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
asking
what
you
you're
a
doing right now.
question.
Whataboutism. The
I can't be a
conversation is about
whataboutism
what I
if it's
said.
my
The
question,
conversation is,
Destiny.
You
why
cannot
won't
forsake the
Donald Trump
people of your own
Answer the question.
All right, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this before I cut mics?
Because you don't care.
Destiny, allow Andrew
The battle starts in
to repeat his question
4,
and let him ask the question, then you answer it, okay? Andrew.
All you need to do is capture the missionary.
Let him ask the question.
Donald Trump.
Let him ask the question, Destiny, and then you answer it. Andrew.
Destiny told his co-host when asked point blank if he wanted the bullet to kill Trump, that the worst thing that could have happened was the bullet missing. He said this to Pisco. I watched it. Okay. This guy's an obfuscation machine. And you know what else, Destiny? Why should we believe you? I think you are left. And all of you will see that it would have been happening if Trump was assassinated. You've made that very clear. So why not just be truthful for once in your fucking life and say the truth? That you don't care that Kirk is dead, and you're actually probably glad he's dead. Isn't that really what's true?
I don't want anyone in this country to die to political violence. I don't think in the United States America that's wrong. I really why it's so hard for the president to say this.
Do we
I
even
think
have
the
a plan?
easiest thing in the world is the president.
Need a
Biden did it for
break.
4 years. Why everything was way cooler when he was here, like in terms of temperature. The Clintons have no problem saying it.
This is
Barack
a
Obama
nice
has no problem
spot.
saying it. Kamala Harris has come out and said it. Every Democratic lawmaker and leader has basically come out and said it. But for some reason,
I'll
other
patch you up.
Civil War. And the Republican president of the United States, who has presided over more violence politically in this country, war was against any president in all of human history. For some reason, can't bring himself to say it. All of us need to
Use
calm
some
down.
help
So did Trump deserve the bullet? Did Trump deserve the bullet?
Did Donald Trump deserve the
My
bullet?
good deed.
By the eye of Agamotto!
I never said that. No, I never said that. No. Oh, wait, when did Donald Trump
lying sack of shit. If he wanted to kill Trump, the worst thing that could have happened
Donald Trump
was the
thinks about
bullet
all
missing.
political violence. And
That's what you said,
this is,
bro.
yeah. And this is where, when you're putting YouTubers and tweeters on the same level as the President of the United States, this is why conservatives are absolutely brain broken when it comes to violence in this country. That's why it'll continue.
But Destiny.
This is real firepower! This is real firepower! Tremble before power!
I'm ready to put on a show!
Why don't you, Destiny, write down
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
One side. Donald Trump came, then the left is sitting into the eat dog.
Got it. Okay, you know what to do.
Responsibility for the instant
Even though you take none yourself. Let me bring in Jack Posobiec. All right, that's enough, Destiny. I'll bring in Jack Posobiec. Jack.
Thanks, both sides.
Jack. What is your response to this?
I mean, Piers, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, this type of ideology where you've got someone who's willing to mock Erica, who's been standing strong.
When the chips
for
are
family,
down,
for her
you want your
children,
heroes a little
who's
roguish and
just-
scruffy, like me.
She will never be able to grow old with
Armor
Charlie.
patch here.
She will never be
Pay up.
able to
Check out the
be with them
BRB.
again, have more children, to have
30 seconds
grandchildren,
before you
to have
attack.
those memories,
Get
to
ready.
raise them. It's all gone. Every single moment of that future that they had was gone because someone fired a bullet at
wouldn't
Charlie
know.
Kirk that
I
said,
don't
"Hey,
fight to
fascist,
hurt people.
catch."
I fight to heal them.
And now you have people celebrating it, and when you ask people
It's not
about
even
it,
the
they
bullet
say,
that was
"Oh,
fired. How are you lying about this?
Something tells me I should
Destiny.
stop.
Shut up.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Bullet. You're such a
1.
disgusting piece of shit.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Are we,
Got
are
it?
we even going to do
The
this?
guy's a fucking professional.
It's total petting. It's total petting.
I would like to let Jack finish his point, please.
Yeah, it's just
And they'll claim there's no leftist connection. They'll claim there's no and they'll so far some kind of Christian conservative connection when you can see the writing on the page. And so you can't be very
The mission area is yours to capture
It
now.
should be very, very clear. Are we connected with our humanity or are we not?
Relay deployed.
And
It
some
ain't
people
shake.
are willing to do that. Anna's been willing to do that. We've done shows together. They've been fine. They've been good. Jousted and going back and forth. That and I in the past have had shows together where before we kind of took this turn, and so you think there are people who can just be willing to stand up for humanity.
You know, Jack, it reminds me a bit of the journey I've gone on, very different
That was a little messed up there.
Israel.
Leave them to consume.
Everybody on the pro-Palestinian side, the month after the war started, do you condemn that? Because I think it was very enlightening to humanity of the person. How they responded. If their immediate response wasn't, of course I did. The mass murder of civilians on October 7th was a horrendous atrocity. Then we can move on to an intellectually honest debate. If they refuse to condemn what Hamas did, it's a completely different debate. And similarly, right now, I feel if you can't condemn a lot of what the IDF are doing, frankly, in my opinion, in Gaza, then the same thing. If you're unequivocally like, it's all fine with 20,000 plus kids,
Against the world!
I've got a problem with that too, but I do think we've got that balance to maintain all of it.
Super robots! This is real firepower!
The mindset of a lot of people on the woke left that see society goes down is to bring to his murder. And then when I see even Destiny, who's a very well-followed person on the internet, well-known, when Destiny, frankly, if you can't bring yourself just to say the murder was horrific, it's a very simple sentence, just basic humanity. It really makes me despair of where everything is going.
Don't mess with...
It's indicative of the mindset of, I can't give an inch to my political opponents, therefore I lose my humanity. How can that be right?
Because you can't give an inch to political opponents that won't recognize or acknowledge anything they've done wrong. All it's done is gotten us here. This is where we're at because of that exact mindset. Will any of the conservatives here acknowledge the conservative that murdered Melissa Boydman and her husband and shot the other senator in Minnesota?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just
that it was
about
a conservative shooter?
violence.
That it was a conservative shooter?
I don't know the details on that particular case. If I did, and it turned out that it was the case, of course, I would say that such violence should be disavowed. Thing is, you can't hold your entire moral standard based on what you think Trump is doing or not doing. What does that have to do with you, Destiny? It has nothing to do with you. You can easily just say, you can lead by example and say, let's all tone down the violence. That's what you want, right?
President of the United States. That's what Democrats have been doing.
Wait, you can't lead by example because you're not the president? That's the stupidest thing I've heard today.
If one side wants to fight and the other side doesn't, then you're going to fight. One side can't decide not to fight, but the other side decides to.
What does that have?
What do you mean it makes no sense? If some guy comes up to you to fight,
you can easily
and the
just
other
say it
side
now,
says, I
Destiny.
don't want to, you don't really have a choice there.
Lead by example, then. Lead by
you
example.
can't lead by example. That's called dying.
You can.
Actually, I actually thought. Let me jump in.
Because you're actually happy
Let me
about
jump
it,
in here.
Destiny.
I actually felt that Anna hit the nail on the head here, which is she did not need to wait for Donald Trump to comment on this to make her own mind up about what had happened. That is intellectual honesty, right? Yes, it may be somebody that she totally disagrees with on many issues. The simple, humane thing to do with any event like this is to ask yourself, how do I personally feel about it? Not what does Donald Trump think about it, or what does Joe Biden think about it, or what does Timbuktu think about it. It's what do I personally feel about this. It didn't take me very long, Destiny, to understand that I felt repulsed by the execution of somebody in cold blood with his wife and 2 young children there watching. It's a human reaction. I don't need to know what Donald Trump thinks about it at all. I don't understand why you need to wait for him before your own humanity
kicks in. You don't need to wait for
in.
anybody. No, you're not asking how we feel about it. You're asking what the public statements should be. And the public statements should be the President of the United States.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No,
you're
I'm
asking
not.
me for a public statement
I'm
right
asking,
now.
where is your humanity? You can't just say the murder was
where is your humanity, peers? You guys are playing into this exactly. I think you probably know it. I think Cornell was right about this. You know, we read about it as well. You guys play into this. It's insane to me that the President of the United States can't say, hey, all of us need to be less violent. We all need to calm the fuck down. That the President of the United States can't say this, but you will endlessly scour Twitter and YouTube for leftists to bring on and say, don't you guys disavow the violence? It's absolutely absurd to me.
You know, Cornel West should have stayed in his seat. We were debating free speech, actually, and whether
You're not debating free speech.
well, let me finish. And whether the overuse of words like Hitler, Nazis, and fascists was actually empowering deranged young minds to think they were battling actual new Hitler, Nazis, and fascists. And actually, when Andrew pointed out to Cornell that he had used the phrase neo-fascist about Trump, that's when Cornell decided he couldn't take part in the debate anymore. When he was reminded of something he had said, he didn't try and deny it. He just said, I don't want to have this debate.
But your fellow mutants
how long have you been in the United States, like following our politics?
Over 20 years I've lived and worked in America.
Okay, if you lived and worked in America, I grew up as a conservative listening to Rush Limbaugh and to Glenn Beck and Billy Cunningham and to Sean Hannity. You're going to sit here and pretend like Democrats are the ones that started the name calling?
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Clinton
I didn't say that.
Communists?
When did I say that?
I'm just saying, why are we pretending that some people...
I'm saying, why did Cornel West walk out on a debate when we're literally talking about the importance of speech? Makes no sense to me.
If speech is important, then the president should exercise it more often.
So should you. So should you. You've got millions of followers. You think it's fine to show them you're mocking a widow.
You cannot choose for your opponent not to fight.
It's fine. You mocked a grieving widow.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Use the rhetoric that led her to
Who cares?
Goodbye.
2 days before she
Who
died.
cares that you mocked a grieving widow?
This is all, it's just virtue signaling. You guys are you guys are excited about it. You guys love it.
How is it that you said this guy can't possibly be elected?
It's exciting to you.
It's
It's
the
insane to me.
How is it that you said this guy can't be elected because he grew up in a white Christian household when you grew up in a white Christian household by your own admission just now? You were fucking lefty.
Judge, jury, executioner! Magneto!
You think that a 22-year-old has as much time to separate himself from the ideology of the 36-year-old? You just made the comparison bullshit.
Let me jump in. Let me ask Jack. Jack, you know the Kirk family well. You've been around the Kirk family, I think, since this appalling murder has happened. When you hear Destiny saying, "Who cares?" about the fact that he openly, publicly mocked Erica, the grieving widow, who literally say or two her husband being murdered. How does that make you feel as a friend of the family?
Goodbye.
She's seen all of it. She's going to see all of it. Her kids are going to watch this video one day. It's just, that's what it is. Reality.
Extermination!
Charlie, work with Charlie, Charlie,
Simply magical.
and can also be there for those kids as they grow up. Who the dad was.
And
I think we're going to come and watch old episodes of Piers Morgan Uncensored. How informative is this? Is everybody here? Did we all get like a script before the show? Wow.
They watch a lot of old episodes of the Cayenne.
It makes the left look so bad, you don't even realize it.
Okay, yeah. Fuck you, best friend.
You really are. I mean, like, do you feel...
30-minute conversation about ANS.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will talk to Glenn Beck about it. Oh, is that naughty? Is it naughty?
How many conversations have you had with Nick? You had one conversation with Nick.
Oh, mean. Oh, no. Not the meanies on Twitter.
Anna,
How many more lawsuits are you going to face from women that you allegedly secretly assaulted during intimate moments, Destiny? I can't believe anyone takes you seriously.
Are you really?
Tremble before bast!
And you should be shunned from public life with your disgusting treatment of all sorts of people, including young, left-wing girls, women that you victimize allegedly. Yeah, that's who you are. You're embarrassing. You embarrass the left. You're the type of person who pushes people away from you.
I won't make the same mistakes
those
again.
people on Twitter are so mean.
Having a debate or dialogue doesn't automatically mean that you agree with everything they have to say. It means you're coming
No, it's when you sit down and you're
exchanging ideas and debating them. No, I don't agree with everything they have to say. What are you talking about? I don't agree with everything they have to say. But you know, I can sit down and have a mature debate or
You have no
conversation.
disagreements about anything on the right? Yeah, that's false.
I do have criticisms for the left. I have tons of criticisms for the right. Tons of criticisms. I'm obviously
They don't seem to come out much when you're talking to
I
your...
obviously have a huge problem with the unending, unmitigated support for Israel regardless of the genocide they're engaging in. I have all sorts of disagreements with the right. That doesn't mean I'm going to dehumanize them and cheer on
Judge, jury, executioner!
You're embarrassing. Like GDS, you are like the prototype of GDS. Unbelievable. You wake up every morning and you decide your behavior is going to hinge on Trump? Well, who are you as an individual? God, have a little bit of humanity.
Born from the chaos.
You're a sociopath.
want us to go to war
You're
in
a
the middle of
sociopath.
Let me bring in Jack again.
No time to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Let me bring in Jack again. Jack, Peter Navarro earlier was talking about directly Elon Musk about, in his view, the urgency for Elon Musk to detoxify X. And then he blamed X for a lot of the toxicity in public discourse. What do you feel about that?
At think there's obviously a tension between free dialogue in terms of speed, but also maintaining a line beyond calling for violence or calling for direct challenge of what's going on. So all the way back to 2012, pretty much the main things that were banned or would get taken down or get accounts banned were posting of direct addresses of people doxing or posting direct threats to violence. And so I think there needs to be that mindset of this force, this idea that calls for violence should be banned. I think that's something that
Andrew, what do you feel about the
Judge, jury, executioner!
That was always there. And the fact of the matter is that, here on the channel like this, guys have celebrated a multitude of these types of things, including telling his co-host that basically Trump, the worst place that the assassination was anywhere else. These people are glad. Extermination! Very clear that leftists are glad that this happened and that
tremble before fast!
Promote more of it. And we're supposed to base target either on what the doesn't say, but like if Biden, if I had Biden to raise it, I could still but the thing is,
Anna, I want to mention something to you which I wasn't going to do
Executed, okay?
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said if you violate
Judge, jury,
criminal, therefore the execution is okay. Somehow that makes everything fine. We're good with the investigation. No criminal
you
charges.
say all the time
Give me a
that
break.
your political opponent should be in jail.
Performative.
Highest extent of the law.
This is performative. Sorry, no, that's Donald
Saying
Trump.
the word performative doesn't mean
The National Guard right now is putting investigations into every
that's just
political
performative.
opponent.
I want to bring Anna back in.
You don't have to be
I
a
want to bring
witch
Anna
to
back
find the
in.
magic in this
Okay,
world.
I want to bring Anna back
But it
in
does
because the
help.
president-elect of the Oxford Union,
to win this
the- probably the most premier debating society in the world. I've done it several times myself. George Aberonier reportedly posted several. He didn't reportedly. He did post several comments in a WhatsApp group, appearing to celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk. One said, "Charlie Kirk got shot. Let's fucking go." Another one was, I think, LOL. This guy is going to be the president of the Oxford Union Debating Society, and yet he is celebrating the murder of somebody he literally debated himself in the Oxford Union in May.
30 seconds before you
I
attack.
found that terrifying.
Get ready.
I mean, he shouldn't still be on the job, because how can you possibly be the head of a debating society when you think the way to debate with people is murder them
We might
if
need
they don't
some
agree
healing
with you?
snow pretty
But
soon, too.
again, the
All
gleeful
of us have a part
celebration.
to play,
This is
right?
supposedly one of the brightest students in Britain.
Let's go be heroes.
You know, president of the new Oxford
I mean, he can't be
Union
that
Debating
bright.
Society.
The battle starts in
He can't be
5,
that bright if
4,
he's not considering
3,
what
2,
a political
1.
assassination could potentially
All you
lead
need to do is capture the
Because
missionary.
where does this
Got
end?
it?
And that's like one of my
When
biggest
will
issues
these
with
madmen learn
a
that
portion
reality
of the left.
isn't their place?
Their inability to see past the current moment, right? You're celebrating it. But what's the long-term goal? Is the long-term goal just send to an environment of endless political assassinations and violence?
Stronger already.
And if we're going to have the left work against the right in terms of violence, in terms of bloodshed, in terms of shootings. I don't know. I would just venture to say that the right is probably going to do a better job in, taking people out than the left is. This is just a really disgusting, sick ideology, and we need to move away from it. And again, I want to emphasize your personal behavior, the way you choose to behave and respond to things on a day-to-day basis, has an impact. Okay, be the change you want to see in the world. So you have a huge audience, and that audience of young people who look up to you and feel inspired by you, political violence, or even make excuses for it, or deflect by blaming Trump for everything. Well, you're essentially
Judge, jury, executioner!
We can't be doing that. I want to be better than that. I want to preach dialogue. Okay, debate, have these conversations.
Reborn from
and
the chaos.
Charlie, the last debate he and I had, Dusty would like you to believe that I agree with the right on everything. I don't agree with the right on everything. We debated about whether or not you have to have children in order to care about the trying to help.
Feeling stronger
So we have a debate, and it's fine. He has the right to his opinions. I have the right to mine. If you care about democracy, the democratic process is reliant on having nuanced conversations and reliant on not resorting to violence.
Tremble before fast!
To articulate your arguments effectively against the other side. That's what I see this assassination as. Again, it was cowardice. It was disgusting.
A nice story, so it begins.
And no one should be celebrating it, and no one should be mocking the family.
Very well said. I just want to thank all the panel for the Jack, I wanted to say to you, I can tell by your opinions today how profoundly impacted you've been by your friend's murder, and I'm just very sorry to you as his friend that you've had to endure what must have been a hellish week. I'd like to send my very best to the family who I know you talk to, and I'm sorry for some of the things you've had to live with.
I require some aid. The cosmic might return.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Judge, jury, executioner!
The only boss around here is me. Enjoy our show. Simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Tears Bolton Uncensored on Spotify and we will continue our mission to inform, entertain, and do it all for free. Independent uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you.
Down to 30 seconds.
Destiny
New York
awaits.
Congressman Dan Goldman is here to discuss the threat of Project 2025, the SAVE Act, voting rights legislation in the Supreme Court. Welcome back to Defending Democracy. I'm Mark Elias. Let's get started.
The final 10 seconds.
Welcome, Congressman Dan Goldman.
Thanks so much for having me, Mark. Great to be with you.
Born again!
A lot of Congress officials, you were really a lawyer. Like you got disparaged. The others, you actually practiced while you were a federal prosecutor.
I'm opening a portal.
And you had a very interesting background. And I'm just curious why you decided, given that you were a successful lawyer, that you wanted to run for Congress.
Well, that's a very good question to ask myself. I have been in public service my entire career. Trying to figure out a way to make our country better. And there are lots of different ways of doing it, lots of different pathways.
Exit stage left.
My life force is fading.
Prosecutor to
Come get that vehicle to its destination.
analysis during the Mueller investigation
Sooner we deliver it, the better.
and elsewhere that eventually led me to meeting Adam Schiff. We struck up a relationship, and ultimately he asked me to come down and became chairman of the House Intelligence Committee and head up an investigations unit that he wanted to start. And given that was 2017,
Judge, jury, executioner!
My skills as a I made that trip down as as a staff member. It evolved into the impeachment investigation, which I led. But after that, I came back to New York City.
The mystic
and
arts
thought,
won't
okay,
fail me again.
Ready to unleash
we
the
were
life
able
force.
to, what I thought, prove the case, even if we didn't get a conviction.
Get
Many
that
of the
vehicle
Republican
moving again.
senators said, acknowledged that we really did prove the case, but they
I'm
wanted
ready to
the
unleash
elected
my
to decide obviously we know that did not happen. So, 2022,
by the eye of Agamotto!
Of course, and all of a sudden, now open seat in New York City, which happened
Only
about
60
once a
seconds
generation. And so, given that Trump is still commanding the Republican Party and getting worse and worse, I thought, well, you know, if there's any time to jump in the arena, back in the arena, and try to use whatever skills and expertise I have to do a bulwark against him and the House Republicans. So
I am grateful for that.
This was the opportunity, so I moved up.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Thanks for everything.
One of the things that I have commented has been how much the Republican
Keep up the momentum.
has shifted over time. You know, that people, we've always thought of the Republican House as a pretty right-wing institution, and for good reason it has been. But even if you look at sort of where the median House Republican was in 2018, it shifted to 2020. When you look at where they were in 2020 and compare them today, it seems like they are just getting more and anecdotal staff or member kind of accords with that. If so, do you have any explanation?
I agree with you.
I'm opening a portal.
I do, as with most things, think a lot of it traces back to Donald Trump.
Only 60 seconds
and
left.
Donald Trump in part has
Judge, jury, executioner!
considered himself but they're about to it has forced
by the eye of Agamotto.
Slower, but it has forced the House
not worth wasting magic on you.
and it base that he controls very powerful within the Republican Party.
The current score
and
is
I have many
3,
of my colleagues who I talk to
3.
who are clearly not fans of Donald Trump. I think they
Time
secretly
to
hope
switch
that he
things
will
up,
not win
including
in
which
November.
side you're on.
But he commands the
Open
party.
your eyes.
And
Reality
so those
is but
who,
an illusion.
The right
are
heroes can
able
make
to
all the
manipulate
difference.
him a little bit, as most people can, but with flattery and excessive support, get in his good graces, and they become amplified, and they become more important, and they become more relevant, and they become more powerful. And that is what has happened over the last 8 years, to the point where you now have people who are in safe seats in the Republican conference, that they call it,
to be felt,
who I genuinely think would rather be in the minority than be in the majority and have to govern. They do not believe in governing.
They'll be coming in 30
they do
seconds.
not
Stay
care
strong.
if they hang their other colleagues out to dry in the Republican Party and force them or cause them in some ways to potentially lose and therefore lose the majority. And if you want to tear the House down, as many of them do, there's no bargaining, there's no negotiating. And so we are now in a situation that we've seen in this Congress where that extreme right
You have to
wing
stop them
of
from
the
securing the
Republican
mission
Party
area. Only 60
has total
seconds left.
control because their majority is only 4 seats, and therefore the Speaker of the House needs them on board if they are to
enemy in front. Good medicine.
And that's why we're in a stalemate for this entire Congress. Absolutely nothing has gotten done.
Okay, I want to talk about democracy issues that you've been involved in. The first bill you introduced in Congress was a very important bill. It was something that I think not the amount of attention or credit that we deserve, which is introduced the Early Vote Act February 2023, which would require states to offer early voting in federal elections. And I'm just curious, give people a window into when you are deciding what to do.
This is real firepower!
You could say, well, I can start with housing, congestion, traffic, maybe not Congress. How did you decide that this is where you were going to start?
Well, part of it is that,
by the shades of
the
seraphim, I
return. As I came into Congress as a new, not only a new member, but a new elected official, that there were a few areas that I had a lot of expertise on, and the vast majority of areas of policy I had very little expertise in. So I wanted initially to sort of focus on the things that I was most familiar with and most comfortable, and I had a bunch of ideas. Democracy, trust of and I truly believe by all of the rights.
The current score is
and ultimately the right to vote is our democratic trump card.
Time
if
to switch
literally
things up,
every American
including which
voted,
side you're on.
We would have what you might call
Open your
perfect
eyes.
democracy.
Reality
now, that's not going
is
to
but
happen,
an illusion.
but the idea
You'll need a
that
top-notch
we
team
could
to win
do
this
that
one.
always keeps democracy alive and always gives the people some control over what can happen. And I saw efforts for many years. I actually wrote my law review note in law school on how felon disenfranchisement was the modern day literacy test as a different way of keeping color from voting. And so this has been an area that's been of interest of mine for 25 years. And I think a lot about different ways that we can make it easier to vote. Because I truly believe that we can defeat any fascist dictator with the right to vote. And you notice, of course, the Republicans, because you litigate this every day, their strategy for elections is voter suppression, because their ideas are losers. And so my view of it is, this is not partisan. I just think every person should be able to vote and should be able to vote as easily as possible. And so we brainstormed about different ways, different types of things that we could do that would be complementary to what exists already and would be helpful and effective in moving the needle just a little bit forward. And that's how we settled on this. And there were a number of what Georgia did last time, where they banned giving water to people in line. And you see wherever it was, got rid of all these polling places, made it impossible for people to use public transportation to get there. We not only included 14 days of early voting, but we also included some text about where voting booths have to be near university campuses and near transportation, so that these efforts to just make it much more difficult for people who don't have cars to vote around the country are harder.
Yeah, so I'm opening a portal. A strand of your answer, because it is something that baffles me. Someone who, I do a lot of work with members of Congress, but you said something that
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Is that this shouldn't be a partisan issue, and it has been well recited.
You don't get that vehicle to its destination.
98 to 0 in the Senate. Good medicine. Conservative president. By the way, the House overwhelmingly deal with the vote. who have an F rating with the NRA then voted for any voting. I mean, by the way, that was a relatively low party because there were no Republican votes in favor of the freedom to vote. There were no Republican votes in favor of there were no Republican votes in the House to support the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And I am curious because there are some, as you say, safe seat Republicans who are presumably, would think it would burnish their image, maybe, for some reason, to support some provision, whether it is, the bill you introduced, which is pretty common sense. I mean, it's not a radical act. Or you also introduced the Prove Act, which allows 16 and 17-year-olds to pre-register to vote again. A very sort of, moderate, common sense provision. Why is it that this issue seems to be an absolute no-go for your Republican colleagues?
First of all, there's the special interests that have the most influence on them are disfavored by the majority of Americans. And generally their policies are disfavored by the majority of the Americans. So if they would take an objective view of voting, it would be against their self-interest whether they are in safe seats or not. And they are all about self-preservation and self-flagellation and self-advancement. And that's what especially I think the Republican Party, which is focused on power and power alone, and not democracy, because they want, especially now, you look at Project 2025 and this Christian nationalist strain and overturning Roe and IVF and controlling women's bodies and moving against the right to marry whoever you want to. They are trying to take us back to the 1950s because of this sort of extreme religious nationalism. And voting is their kryptonite, because if everyone voted, Democrats would win.
Do you think
and
you
so
wanna
then
be
the
today?
question becomes, to your point,
You don't have to be a
what would have
witch
happened
to
if
find the magic
Joe
in
Manchin
this
and
world.
Kirsten Sinema were
But it
willing
does
to
help.
get rid of the filibuster for voting rights in the Senate? Let's say that kills the filibuster.
Now, who am I gonna
And
banish
there are
for this
obviously what
match?
goes around comes around in this business, so you do have to be careful about what bed you make. But if we are going to, in a nonpartisan way, open up voting to more and more Americans, I think the net effect, and certainly Republicans think the net effect, is that Democrats will win a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, two reactions to that. The first is, a point I oftentimes make is that the Republican Party is no longer a majoritarian party. They don't even aspire to be a majoritarian party. And it's ahistorical. I mean, usually the one thing that political parties want to say, and politicians want to say, is that they have a mandate, that the people are with them. And if you look at the presidential election, they don't seek to command a majority of the popular vote. They want to rely on the Electoral College. In the House of Representatives, as you know, they rely to a great extent on gerrymandering to prevent majoritarian impulses from prevailing. The Senate is fundamentally
Pick your
an
hero.
anti-majoritarian
Or
institution.
villain. I'm not judging.
It is set up to benefit their interests. So in many respects, they have sort of structured themselves to not care about majority sentiment because that's just not where they're at. I have to ask you, because this is very timely, we're in the midst of a back and forth about the budget or continuing resolution, maybe you can elucidate exactly
Why are you crying
what it is.
before the game even starts?
Want to attach a
There is no reason
anti-voting
to be afraid of my
to
magic.
this. So maybe you could just do a little Schoolhouse Rock 101 on what it is that is going on right now
30 seconds
and
before you
how
attack.
this
Get ready.
anti-voting bill sort of fits into what seems to not be
Don't
related,
have to be a
a
witch to find the
budget thing that
magic
doesn't
in
seem to
this
have anything to do with
world.
voting.
But it does
Yeah,
help.
sure, no, I'm happy to. And I would just add one extra thing on your anti-majoritarian comment. There is nothing that compares
There is
to
only
gun safety
one
legislation,
sorcerer. Open your
which,
eyes.
some-
Why don't you explain that? Let's talk
yeah,
about
background checks, for example, are, depending on the poll, preferred by about 85%.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Red
Got
flag
it?
laws, safe storage laws, are overwhelmingly supported. More than 3 in 4 Americans support those laws. And yet no Republican will support those laws.
Rocket, play with me.
And to your point, we are representatives of the people.
Stay with me, Rocket.
That's what our job is supposed to be. And while we don't necessarily operate based on every poll in whichever way the wind blows, you don't see such any issue that is not then acted upon by Congress, except in this case, gun safety. Abortion now is another one. Vast majority of choose. Continue down this anti-majoritarian path and restrict and suppress the right to vote. The fiscal year ends on September 30th, so the budget runs out.
That means, just to be clear, that means the government runs out of money on September 30th?
Well, no, that means there is no money. There's some, but for a variety of different things, there would be no money available on October 1st for the federal government to operate unless Congress does something to fund development or appropriations. We could pass another appropriations bill that would extend it 3 years. That's not going to happen. So what's on the table
Right, double murder. Point, we don't.
On point, on point.
Anyone registering to vote to show proof of citizenship. Now, you may say, oh, that's reasonable, only U.S. citizens should vote.
I am ready to put on a show!
Correct, and that is the law. It's fine if you are a non-U.S. citizen and you vote. But that's not what this is about, because, as we know, it's already the law. This is, I think, part politics, which is to say that Donald Trump and the Republicans, as part of their politicization of immigration, led to them killing a bipartisan border security bill that would have significantly addressed the situation at the border. They killed it because they wanted to run on it.
30 seconds before you attack.
Issue. And as
Get
part
ready.
of that, they are making all these bogus allegations that non-citizens vote in the United States.
wearing there. It's more
There
than just
are
a suit of armor.
a few examples of that. There are some criminal prosecutions related to that, but it is so small and infinitesimal that it has absolutely no impact on any election. Yet they think that what we need to do is have a stricter
All you need to do is capture the mission
process.
area. Got
The
it?
problem with that, of course, as you know all too well, Mark, is not everybody has certainly not everybody has a passport, nor ready access to a birth certificate. And so
Get rest. It's fine.
when you register to vote, you have to show proof of citizenship. You are going to make it much, much harder for everyone, especially the poor and underserved. Also, just statistically, fewer and so this is really a devious effort to use a bogus claim of voter fraud to continue to suppress the vote.
Yeah, and there is this is a very, very important thing. The fact is that in order to prove citizenship, you essentially use passport or original citizenship. Most people don't. Okay, and particularly young people, who are the ones who are most impacted. Why? Because they're first-time registrants. Right? The people who are registering for the first time are disproportionately young. You point out this also disproportionately impacts
Their sniper is not as clever as they
underserved communities, but this is a direct line of voter suppression that's young because it's going to affect the ability of first-time people to register. And by the way, your driver's license is not too long. Those other IDs that
the moon
disappear. And most people, Congressman, don't have ready access to an original certified copy of their birth certificate. Like, yeah,
I don't.
Their parents has their birth certificate someplace in a lockbox someplace,
Right.
and so it is an unnecessary thing that would dramatically burden and suppress the ability of first-time registrants to register who are going to be young. They're going to be disproportionately poorer, underserved communities, and that is all that this law.
I am ready to put on a show.
That is the only thing it would do. And to your political point, as someone who's litigated these cases around the country, the Republicans are growing citizens.
It's one of Moon Knight's oaks.
There's a case by the Republican National Committee.
Armed and dangerous.
Okay, so the student IDs are lawful to prove for voting in North Carolina. ID laws, but state-issued IDs, and University of North Carolina is a state institution, so it's a state-issued ID. University of North Carolina is the only school in the state that went to the trouble to get their digital IDs certified for voting. Well, what did the Republican National Committee? They sued to say that these IDs should not be allowed to be used. What's their argument, Congressman? Their argument is that non-citizens will have access to these IDs and or will fake these digital IDs in order to vote as non-citizens. Well, here's the deal. Number one, these people have already proved, these people are already registered, right? This is just the ID to literally show up and vote, number one. So it's not even, it doesn't even deal with registration. But number two, what's the chances, Congressman, that a student in the University of North Carolina is going to fake an ID, not for other purposes, but is going to fake an ID to vote, who is a non-citizen, and that they're going to particularly choose a digital ID as opposed to any of the physical IDs? I mean, it is literally, they are throwing this in to demagogue this issue, Congressman, on unrelated litigation.
Absolutely, and it goes even further. It's ironic that it's in North Carolina, because the other thing that does not exist is voter fraud generally. That is not a thing, and whether it's Americans or non-Americans, people do not, in any significant numbers, commit voter fraud that would affect an election, except at least in one case, which happened to be in the state of North Carolina, where there was a massive Republican conspiracy to harvest and doctor ballots, I think, in order to cheat and win the election, and they actually had to nullify the election and do it. But that was Republicans engaging in voter fraud. It was not Democrats. So this is the boogeyman that they use for all of their voter suppression laws. And they have done a very good job of convincing their ecosphere that this is a real issue when it's just not. And there are real-world consequences for these voter suppression laws, which would suppress access to the ballot, which should be the exact opposite of what everyone in Congress should want. What is the problem? Explain to me why it is bad to have more people vote in a democracy.
We'll be right back with more of my conversation with New York Congressman Dan Goldman. But I want to take a minute to tell you about Democracy Docket's membership program. This is an opportunity to not just receive our free daily and weekly newsletters, but also get additional insights. You will get a weekly summary of news you missed. You will get a monthly update on the state of democracy. And my litigation look ahead. So please make sure that you are not only subscribed to our free products, but also if you want to become a paying member, you sign up as well in the links in the show notes below. So the case in North Carolina you referred to took place in Bladen
You don't
County,
have to be a
North
witch
Carolina
to find the
9. I
magic
was
in this
actually the
world.
lawyer
But it
for
does
the
help.
Democratic candidate. We got that election thrown out and redone. It is exactly as you said. It was Republicans who were engaged in absentee ballot collection fraud. They were essentially stealing ballots from black voters. It was a tragic situation.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
You're exactly
Stay
right.
strong.
So speaking of difficult and tragic situations, I say this as one lawyer to it. It is very difficult. You go through legal education, you come to revere the courts. You particularly
We
come to
would be
revere
better
the
off
Supreme
making a
Court.
deal with
And
Mephisto.
you have stood before judges and known the weight that judges carry. And the seriousness with which you hope that judges, consider every case and every case. And as a lawyer, you kind of have to buy into the system. You embrace yet we have a U.S. Supreme Court that is, frankly, has lost a lot of trust for good reason. They have worked hard sometimes to lose the trust. I'm curious, you are in a very unique circumstance because, like I said, you have been you've been in council where you need trust in the system. You're an elected representative who, needs people to understand the importance of institutions of democracy, but you also have your eyes open to what's going on. So, what's your take on the Supreme Court?
I think that the important lessons in terms of they represent and I don't think that's likely, and frankly, I'm ready. About job other really egregious decisions. I think we have to separate. First of all, this
I'll admit, I enjoyed
has
that.
really undermined the notion and concept of stare decisis, which has governed our legal system for 230 years, and basically said that more or less unless there's something this is real firepower with no meaningful rationale. As well as that is a problem, and if that were the only thing we were dealing with, I think that would be something that we would object to, and we might say, well, look, that's wrong, but everyone comes around and Supreme Court justices, and there will be ways to potentially correct it.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Problems of the Supreme Court are the most egregious ethics scandals that we have seen in the history of the court. Probably, other than Abe Fortas,
I won't
maybe,
make the
who
same mistakes
took
again.
a bribe, but that seems small compared to the $500,000.
I was going to say, Abe Fortas may want his reputation back.
Exactly.
Relative to what they're seeing going on now.
No, and just the notion, and I, by the way, I put some of these ethics issues as well into two different buckets.
Okay.
One is the clear violation, clear appearance who have some involvement, either currently or in the future, with cases before. So, the moon haunts you.
This is real firepower!
Obviously, Leonard Leo has done a lot of cases in the Supreme Court. He's been a significant benefactor of Leo.
Who's next?
And I think I'm not allowed to say this. And these guys are vacation. They're not even close.
I understand the outrage over the disclosure piece. Like, I get that. But as you just pointed out, if you and I went to dinner and the tab was for your portion was more than $50, I couldn't buy you dinner. I have no business and I couldn't buy you dinner. What
You
on
don't
earth
have to be
are
a
Supreme
witch to
Court
find the
justices
magic in this
accepting
world.
thousands
It does
and
help.
thousands
You'll need
of
a
dollars
top-notch
to get?
team to win
How
this
the
one.
hell is that happening?
Not only that,
Who are you
every
calling
other
a
judge
raccoon, huh?
in America cannot do that. I mean, every other federal judge cannot do it because there is a binding code of ethics on all judges other than Supreme Court judges, which prohibits those kind of gifts. So I agree with you that it is the gifting itself that is far worse than the lack of disclosure. The lack of disclosure is consciousness of guilt.
Chaos
The lack of disclosure
surrounds
is
us.
saying,
But I will
I
gladly
know
show
this
it to
dirty
you.
something here
Check
and
out the
I don't
BRB.
want people to know that I
30
have
seconds
accepted
before you attack.
these
Get ready.
luxury gifts from people who
Check out
will
the
have
BRB.
cases before those.
When I see someone with powers
Now,
like yours,
that's one category.
wow. I
But
mean,
we have
how can I
another more
compare?
egregious category.
Don't compare.
As shocking
you
as it
just
is,
spread your light.
where two of the justices have now ruled on cases related to Donald Trump in September 6th, where the
battle starts in
underlying
5,
fact
4,
pattern
3, 2,
implicates
1.
either them or their spouses. That is not an appearance of a conflict of interest. That is an actual conflict. And let me tell you,
Get that vehicle to its
as a
destination.
former litigator, it was so rare to encounter actual conflict of interest. There were many times where judges would recuse themselves because of an appearance. Actual conflicts are so rare that the fact that Alito and Thomas ruled on the January 6th cases related to Trump, related to Trump, Ginny Thomas, Aaron Thomas's wife, was caught up in texting about the effort from the election, and Alito's wife, let's give Alito the benefit of the doubt that he wasn't hanging the flag, but the flag hung in support of the effort to overturn the election from his home. And Alito's response gave up the game. I wrote a letter asking for him to recuse, and he responded, I think it was but it was also legally incorrect. His analysis was wrong, and yet he still used on it. Now, that is just absolutely
This is real firepower!
Behold the god of thunder!
Not be a partisan issue. I would say the same thing with that.
By the eye of Agamotto!
So glad Senator Whitehouse is the foremost expert on this and is absolutely brilliant with it. I've introduced a bill called the SCOTUS Ethics and Investigations Act, which would create an Office of Ethics Counsel, which should be required to give ethics training, required to review ethics disclosures, and they would be somewhat
Ready to put on a show!
and it would also create an Office of Independent Investigations that would be an actual enforcement body on the Supreme Court, independent, and would have responsibility for independent investigations to determine whether or not there are actual conflicts of interest or appearances of conflicts of interest, etc., and then they would report to Congress. This would be on top of ethics, which is really needed, desperately needed for, but it would be a way of actually. And I have no Republican sponsors. It's going nowhere right now. Senator Whitehouse did disclose that. With also his bills on the Supreme Court are going nowhere. And it's become a partisan football, and that is really bad.
Maximum!
You have been a federal
Rest easy
you
now.
were the lead candidate for Donald Trump. You are a member of the Stop Project 2025 task force. Project 2025 has not
This is real firepower!
life, so it doesn't surprise me that he has not read 900 doctors. But among the
Against the world!
Behold the god of
Down to 30 seconds.
Donald is what it basically says is that
I'm
Donald
opening
Trump
a
as
portal.
the president could direct
Against the world!
actions that essentially there was career civil service from people who replaced.
I am ready to put on a show!
How
The final 10 seconds!
should people, like how strong are the arguments against this?
Maximum pulse!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I think there are some really awful parts of our 2025, but I think that the most damaging is one that seems more innocuous than most, which is this emotional which will eliminate tens of thousands of career-appointed officials.
By the eye of
Who
Agam.
otherwise have protections
1,
right
2,
now, and they
0.
are nonpartisan experts who run our government. Let me just be really clear. The government has to run day to day. We have to have conversations in the State Department of every country around the world. Our intelligence community is cooperating with intelligence communities around the world, our allies, gathering information and doing it apolitically and using it apolitically. The list goes on. The FDA, the Department of Defense, the Department of Justice, all of these people who are experts in their field and make our government run, make our democracy run, are career-appointed officials who have some protections, and they are supposed to be nonpartisan. Schedule F would allow Donald Trump to remove them and install political loyalists to him, which would then essentially mean that we have no one with any expertise, meaningful expertise, running the day-to-day operations of our government. And we would have Trump sycophants in those positions, ready, willing, and able to do whatever Donald Trump wants. And that includes prosecuting his political adversaries for no reason whatsoever. It includes misusing intelligence for political gain. It includes, cozying up to Vladimir Putin because that's what Donald Trump wants to do. And the net effect of this would eviscerate our day-to-day democracy. Well, a lot of what we talk about is sort of the Supreme Court and the judiciary, separation of powers, more broad strokes issues. But the day-to-day operation of our democracy and our government would be absolutely eliminated by this Schedule F. It is going to be crushing to our democracy if it were to be implemented.
All right, my last question to you is, there are people who are watching this, they see you, they are inspired, as they should be, because of your leadership on democracy. But they're also overwhelmed by it. And I'm sure you have constituents who probably come up to you and say, I don't know, I'm not a member of Congress, I'm not on TV, I don't have an audience, like, what can I do? Like I'll vote for you, but like I'm in Manhattan, like what do you tell people to do to keep hope or to just take action? Like what is it that people can do?
Well, it's a great question, and the good news is that you don't have to run for office to do something. But let's go back, I think, to the beginning of our conversation and talk a little bit about how powerful the right to vote is.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Similarly, if every single person who cares about our democracy does one or two things more in support of our
Don't
democracy
have to be a
than they've ever
witch
done
to
before,
find the magic in this
that
world.
collective
But
action
it does help.
would make a huge
who am I
difference.
gonna
If we
banish
had
from this
100
match?
million people who drove a friend to the polling booth who would otherwise not vote, or who wrote a postcard about a candidate, or who made a phone call, or who gave a little money, or who helped a voter get out the vote operation, or helped fight voter suppression through support or volunteering. There are so many relatively small steps that people can take to participate in our democracy. And my true belief is that the more of us who lean in just a little bit is the best way for us to protect and preserve our democracy, because ultimately we are a country of the people, by the people, and for the people. And if the people rise up and make their voices heard and do a little bit more,
You'll need a
then
top-notch
we will
team to win
have
this
a
one.
permanent and courageous and solid democracy.
Well,
I'm not staying on Penny, I'm just doing a lineup.
I've been wanting to talk to you for some time on this podcast because, number one, you're a lawyer who made good, which is let's not sell that short. But
Open
also
your
for everything
eyes.
you've done for democracy.
Reality
I mean, you know,
is
we didn't
but
go
an
into a lot of
illusion.
detail about your incredibly courageous work around the impeachment. So I just want to thank you on behalf of myself and the American people, and as a native New Yorker from New York, you know, on behalf of the people of New York, thank you for everything.
Reality
Well, thank you, Mark, for all that you do and
30
making
seconds
sure
before
that
you attack. Get ready.
we are doing everything we can to let people vote. Maybe that should be our new call.
There is no reason
Let
to be
people
afraid
vote.
of my magic.
Yeah. Well,
Unless
thank
you
you.
give me one.
Thanks for listening to Defending
He's doing the
Democracy.
lineup. He was
Make sure you're
I'll
subscribed
see if anyone
to
hits
daily
him.
and weekly newsletters. We'll see you next time. Defending Democracy is a production of Democracy.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You want to play Penny?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Why not go back to stage?
The dimensions back together if it were within my power.
Thank you, everyone, for joining this first ever Democracy Docket live event. This is the first of a series of live events we will be doing leading up to the 2024 election. On October 15th, I will be interviewing Al Franken for a membership event. On the 21st, we will have the Secretary of State event featuring Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes and Colorado Secretary of State Leonard Griswold. That promises to be another great live event open to the public. On October 29th, I will be having an event chatting with Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland, who is, in addition to being a member of Congress and a member of the January 6th Commission, a constitutional law professor that is also open to everyone. The Democracy Docket team is working hard to organize some additional events with great guests, so please stay tuned for more. But I want to kick off this event by introducing our panelists briefly and then getting right to it. Speaking of constitutional law professors, the nation's leading and most decorated and recognized constitutional law scholar in our country's history, Larry Tribe, is with us. He literally wrote the book on constitutional law. It has been cited more than any other legal text since the 1950s. He has taught at Harvard Law School since 1968. He has argued and won literally dozens of cases before the United States Supreme Court. He was appointed in 2010 by President Barack Obama to serve as the first senior counsel for access to justice, and in 2021 by President Joe Biden to serve on the Presidential Commission on the Supreme Court of the United States. But all of that understates what a giant in the field of constitutional law he is, and I welcome him here today to be part of this discussion. Also joining us, Maya Wiley, a good friend, also a towering figure in the area of civil rights. He is a civil rights
By the eye of Agamotto!
social justice, racial justice issues. She worked at the ACLU, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, co-founded a nonprofit after 9/11 for the Center for Social Inclusion. She was the first black woman counsel to the mayor of New York City and ran for New York City mayor in 2021. I joked with her before we began that I think all of the citizens of the city of New York are having regret that they didn't elect her the mayor of New York City. And we'll see, time I will ask her. She's also the best best-selling author of a new book that I hope everyone goes out and buys. She is now the leader of one of the nation's largest, most prestigious, and important civil rights organizations in the country. And then finally, we are joined by also a good friend, Joyce Vance. She was nominated by President Barack Obama in 2009 to be the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Alabama. She served in that position until 2017. Prior to that, she was an assistant U.S. Attorney in Birmingham for 18 years. She spent 10 years as general prosecutor. She was also now a professor, so we can add her to the list of people I get to call professor today. This evening at the University of Alabama, and she is an expert not just in voting rights and the challenges facing voters in the South and the country, but also in the powers that the Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office can bring to bear in order to protect free and fair elections, as we said by the eye of Agamotto. Again, I want to also thank our welcome who have helped make this event possible. So let me jump in, and Maya, I'm going to start with you. We are less than 1 month away from the election, and I know that you wear many hats, and you are going to tell me you are worried about everything. But what do we need to be worried about, and what do we need to be prepared for?
Time to switch things up.
Including which side you're on. Let me just start by thanking you for hosting this. I think it's an incredibly important discussion, and I'm honored to be a part of it. And my full disclaimer is I don't think I can yet say that my book is a bestseller, but I appreciate your...
After tonight, it'll be a bestseller.
Tonight, if everyone goes out and buys Remember You Are Wiley. Well, look, I'm going to summarize this in one word about what I'm concerned about most, and it's lies. It's just lies. And we see those lies show up in courts, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But let's start with the fact that, we've seen, for example, in Alabama, got a call out Alabama because we got Joyce Vance White here. But Amanda William Pritchett was born in Alabama, raised in Alabama, always voted in Alabama, got a letter along with over 3,000 others that said he was on a path to be removed from the voting rolls. And the reason was that this was a process of, frankly, just going through the effort to find, quote-unquote, non-citizens who were voting. And this is a big part of the big lie that we're hearing and seeing across the country right now as a national narrative. But seeing it in actions like in excuses for trying to purge voting rolls. Luckily that was stopped, but we have in North Carolina a lawsuit along the same lines where actually challenging the State Board of Elections for failing to remove non-citizens. One is claiming that they improperly allowed 225,000 people to remain on the rolls. Now, the other part of the lying, and the North Carolina case is a really good example of lies showing up in court, right? So sometimes you're seeing it as acts of state. In this case, it's a court case that is frankly pretty specious. It's probably going to get tossed. Thankfully, we have a national voter registration law.
Event Venom is so easy. I'm gonna farm Venom now.
This will probably get thrown out, but remember that we're seeing
Can you call out Venom dice, please?
Of our court system to bring these kinds of suits to also plant the seed that suggests that we have people voting who shouldn't be voting, which is again I say is a lie. There's simply no source of scientific data that establishes that there's any concern over this. And then that goes to the ways in which we'll see that planting the seed in litigation, planting the seed in these kinds of constant challenges, or people saying we've got to worry about this thing we don't have to worry about, that poisons us.
I'm gonna shoot the suppose MK, you shoot the tanks. So easy.
We got to look at what happens with the certification, and I know we're going to look at certification probably in the next round as well.
Bro, why are you playing
Angela? We know that it'll be laying the foundation of this great big lie about whether people are voting properly before the election is to try to challenge certification after the election. And that's something to look out for. And the other thing I'll say is squatting. Squatting, it is a crime. It's when we're looking to overturn ballots, false calls to disrupt polling places, potentially to get them closed out temporarily closed out with false claims that there's a bomb or that there's a fire or any other number of lies calling 911 and share about it. So all these lies.
Shoot him.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Be united against the lies.
Professor Tribe, you are the most decorated and recognized constitutional
Nice shit, guys. Nice.
law scholar in the country. You literally wrote the book that any of us who
Only 60 seconds
practice constitutional law, you wrote the book that we all read. And the most common question we receive every day, and almost everywhere I speak, is whether we should take part in the fact that courts stood up for democracy in 2020, or whether we should be worried about what we have seen from the Supreme Court in some other areas in the last few years. How should people listening think about the role of the courts as protectors or not?
First of all, thank you for that exaggeration about prominence and all that stuff. Thank you also for including me in the great article. Thank you above all for the indispensable work that you are doing to save democracy. I don't know any other lawyer in the country, for example, whether we should take part in the fact that courts finally held the last election, given that take place, or should worry about something now. I think the real answer is we should do both. We should take part in the fact that the courts have not been totally MAGAfied and taken over by Trump. In fact, in the last 4 years, happily, all of the appointees to the federal courts have, of course, been appointees of the Biden administration. So you might think that the complexion of the judiciary is more favorable. The fact is that they have begun to dig in, led by the Supreme Court of the United States, that has finally got its sea legs and is running fast in the direction of the far right. The judiciary is now as often our enemy as it is our friend. It is not nearly as often as we would like the friend of the rule of law. Too many judges are loose cannons, by which I mean, of course, not only Eileen, but Kaczmarek and many others. Too many judges are oriented to the result that will help Trump. It does help that they're not all that good at predicting. And if you look at the most terrible things that the U.S. Supreme Court has done that have transformed the country in the long run, things like Dobbs destroying women's control over their own bodies, a lot of the decisions about gun control, the most recent outrageous decision about immunity. They have terrible long-run effects, but in the short run, if anything, they help Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. In the short run, they make it clearer to the public that Trump and the kinds of people he would put on the court and the lower courts are dangerous to all of our freedoms and to all of our self-fulfillment. So that by virtue of doing what they have done, they've very often not helped the far right, but hurt it. At the same time, it does look like if any of these major cases, and you are on top of all of them, if any of these major cases reach the U.S. Supreme Court, the odds that it will pull another Bush v. Gore out of its hat are frighteningly high. So that one thing that is clear, and I'm not really in the prediction business, one thing that is clear is that we're not going to know by November 5th, 6th, even by Thanksgiving, probably
The right
by the
heroes
date
could make
that the
all the
Electoral
difference.
College meets on December 19th, maybe even by New Year's Day, who the next president will be. There will be
Open your
lawsuits,
eyes.
there will be
Reality
contests,
is
there will
but
be
an
disputes. What can we all do about it? I'm sure we're going to get into that in the next round, but one thing we can do is not allow the lies that Maya Wali describes lead us to be so cynical about the whole system that we just throw in the towel and say, what's the use? Because that's what autocrats and would-be dictators count on. People no longer thinking that truth matters, that the truth will ever catch up with the lie,
We'll be coming in
that
30
voting
seconds.
matters,
Stay strong.
and therefore staying home. That's the worst thing.
Your idealism refreshes a battered old soul.
The last election we ever hold.
Astral
The
projection
only
makes
thing we
me
can
feel
do
old.
that can improve our prospects is move like a vast blue wave in the direction of the polls.
The battle starts in
My
5, 4,
partner and I,
3,
Elizabeth
2,
and I, voted
1.
just today. Our enemies on voting didn't quite get that buzz that you get when you're standing at the polls. But God, it's important to vote. We wanted to make sure that some storm the Northeast that makes it harder for us to vote. We're going to have voted anyway. And I want all of the people who are listening to this Zoom, I think there are thousands, whatever it is, the force multiplier effect of each of you getting in touch with 10 other people, having them register to vote and encourage others to register to vote, it becomes exponential. You can all join phone banks. If you are in a state that the terrible thing about the electoral college and other things is that it creates this sense that only a few battleground states matter. You're in a state that you think doesn't matter, get in touch with people you know in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, states that will make a difference. All of us refuse to be rendered into nihilists or cynics by the kinds of lies that Maya and Wiley described. That we will not have to depend on an inherently undependable judiciary to hold the line. It will be so overwhelming that there will be no way that a dictator will take over. I'm sure there are things that the
You are the person I call whenever enforcement into and what the deployment is. You and I had a conversation last night. It feels like never in my zone is there something that federal prosecutor or main justice or maybe even the state prosecutors can do. Just as this all started, you mentioned that there was a foiled plot apparently by the FBI to foil some plot that might target violent crimes. You are the former U.S. Attorney from Alabama, faced with this own terrible history of intimidation. What is it that DOJ can do? What should they be doing? What are they doing?
He was using his heal, he had it on me while the Iron Fist was chasing me.
Law enforcement and prosecutors in protecting election officials and judges, election officials and voters, and the whole election process.
There's a lot there, and I think all of it is important, Mark, and I want to join Professor Tribe and Maya in thanking you for including me in this conversation. I'm so impressed by the 3,000 plus of you who turned out because you care about the election. I'm confident that that's what's going to get us. The fact that so many people are so engaged and understand, like my former boss Eric Holder liked to say, the cavalry is not coming. We are the cavalry.
Borderline.
We will have to get people to register and vote and make sure our vote is being
By the eye of Agamotto!
The election because DOJ has a primary DOJ can do a lot. They can do a lot of it behind the scenes. They're doing it now. And some may not be aware, Maya referenced the case in Alabama, which has happened since our Secretary of State decided he was going to toss people
Do we have portal?
that they were non-citizens. He did that by pulling alien visas without thinking about the fact that many aliens become citizens and eligible voters years down the road. But he decided that he would keep them from voting, and of course he did that too close to the election under the Voter Act. So DOJ has come in and brought a very slender, very surgically targeted challenge that I think will be effective in the courts here. But DOJ does a lot more than that. They also make it possible for people to vote. Something that I worried about a lot in my district was Americans with disabilities, and would they be able to physically enter their polling places. We're a state that doesn't have a lot of early voting, that makes it hard to absentee vote. So that's really important, and DOJ is very active in those cases. Importantly, not waiting to litigate until people are losing the right to vote, but getting consent decrees. They just got one of the biggest ones they've ever gotten in this area in Los Angeles County, where they're now protecting
30
people's
seconds before
access
you
to the
attack.
polls.
Get ready.
There are lawsuits that they bring under the Help America Vote Act. There's
Look
one
at
in
us.
Wisconsin,
We
a
practically
rather
match.
important state
This
right
is
now,
haute
where they're
couture,
looking at
darling.
the accessibility
Designed
of
by
electronic
Jumbo
means of
Carnation
counting ballots. And of course, DOJ is
Oh,
filing
my costume
amicus
just
briefs,
kinda came
friend
with
of
my
the court
powers.
briefs all over
And
the
I'm
country
practically
in cases
seething
involving
inside about
what's
how
left of the
good
Voting
it is.
Rights
battle
Act,
starts in
Section
5,
2, and
4,
speaking out
3,
for a
2,
private right of action,
1.
which lets groups like the ones that Maya is involved with act as a force multiplier for DOJ and bring lawsuits. All of that to say is that certainly there's a lot DOJ can do, and DOJ can also educate us about what they can do, so that when we see something that is wrong, when we see something that we fear will deny people their right to vote, DOJ can get involved. They're only as good as their boots on the ground are. And that, I think, is the intersection between what state officials can do and what the Justice Department can do. When those relationships are strong in a pro-voting culture, people's right to vote gets protected. It's easy to say that. We don't really have that, right? We live in a world where every elected official makes it easy for every eligible American to vote. It ought to be easy. You shouldn't have to jump through hoops. You should be able to readily ensure that your vote has been counted. We don't live in that world. I think that's the goal, and I know Mark wants to talk some about what's happening. That's what we need DOJ to do with our local officials. DOJ has plenty of authority to protect people who are working the polls and who are making sure that our elections run like they should, on time and efficiently. We need DOJ to be engaged on all of those fronts and have the resources to do all of that work.
Can we add one excellent explanation, a little summary of what DOJ can do, but I want to make sure everyone out there listening knows that the Department of Justice also has an elections task force that includes its public integrity section, it includes the FBI, it includes Homeland Security, it includes the United States Postal Service, it includes its computer crimes section because of disinformation online, and it also has, the FBI has an election protection contact in every single state. So just important to know that's also a resource for reporting. One of the things that we've been saying is we just want to make sure everybody knows all the different kinds of essentially one of the boots on the ground for the Department of Justice. Really important to know that monitoring is also going to be
Secure my never surrenders.
Just have one word. Let's enable get the impression that all three of us are happy with what the current Justice Department is doing. Let me just register.
I'm going for the Groot.
In notes of dismay. My friend and former student in our
This is real firepower!
put it as far forward in the voting rights area as I would like to see. Quite apart from questions of some of the prosecutions of people who tried to steal the last election slower than it might have been. I do think that there should be a signal, very loud signal, people
Scallop behind.
DOJ should use its resources as energetically as it can to facilitate the right to vote, to go after all of the places where crazy schemes are being cooked up.
Stand please, can you please go?
On the ground, wherever it's needed.
Can we portal?
Outside.
More about the election and the issues that are facing voters and what we can tackle. But I want to make sure people have a chance to questions. My goal is to answer your questions about this and not my questions. But I do have one set of questions that I want to make sure that before we go to the questions. And I don't want to run out. We're not running out of time, but I don't want we don't run out of time for this. Given the Supernova! And so Larry, you were on the president's Supreme Court. There were a lot of proposals kicking around that. A lot of quotes about what to do around it. And so I can't let Larry try to go without asking, what is the solution to the Supreme Court's various challenges, federal courts more broadly challenges, taking it whatever direction you want, but I'm curious what you think about court reform.
Almost suggests that a silver bullet somewhere, and I really don't. The commission President Biden appointed had about 34 members. I was just one of 34. We studied a number of proposals and the history of court reform. We didn't, because the president didn't ask us to come up with specific recommendations, but it's clear that if there was anything around which any consensus formed, it was that the highest court in the land should not have the lowest ethics in the land. We need serious, enforceable rules of ethics, rules that clearly have been violated by some of the current justices, rules that ought to be enforced perhaps by an inspector general, expecting the Supreme Court to
No long-winded intro. I actually got some sleep last night. Josh's confidently say what I
think is remarkably unlikely.
A successful the FBI or some type of extent. You see, they have anti-Trump law enforcement firms incendiary device found under one of their news. There are also states of further. They lit the bomb. So are they immigrants? See there the chart. Look at that. Is that there is a scourge, a spate, a absolute and
productive emotion. Right. But focused anger, righteous.
Let's bring in retired
FBI agent Darren Mott, who spent 20 years in the Bureau and is now Director of Client Outreach and Education at the National Cybersecurity
Who are you
Operations
calling a
Center.
raccoon, huh?
And clearly there's a lot of cyber investigation at work in this crime investigation. Darren, welcome. Your take on the evidence that you heard about today in this case.
So with the DNA evidence, obviously, if you're going to touch something, you're going to leave evidence on it. And with most guys of this particular persuasion, operational security is not the key thing they're thinking about. So being able to find digital forensic information about notes that he wrote, finding the Discord and perhaps Telegram channels he was on, makes it easy to go back and process what he was thinking leading up to this event.
So it's shocking when you dig into some of the back and forth on Discord, because after he committed this crime, allegedly committed this crime, this is the kind of, so his friends in this group chat, and many of the people in his group chats aren't using their real names. It seems like in this case he was, because they refer to him as Tyler and they talk about Charlie. but he sees the guy on the video who looks just like him. He says, "Oh, that's a doppelganger. You know, that's my twin." And one of the other people says, "Whatever you do, don't go to a McDonald's."
You'll need a
anytime
top-notch
soon." And we all
team to
know
win
that's
this
where
one.
Luigi Mangione, the healthcare, United Healthcare CEO, alleged killer, that's where he was caught. And then they go back and forth on the reward, the $100,000 reward for any information. They say, "Oh, we're going to turn you in." He says, "Only if I get a cut." And then he's joking, "Better get rid of this manifesto and the exact
You
copy
don't have to be a
rifle
witch
that I
to
have
find
lying
the
around."
magic
Well,
in this.
as
Who are
someone
you
who's seen
calling
lot
a
of
raccoon,
criminals and
huh?
Things that they say. This seems very cavalier for
go!
someone who's done someone's life,
unless
and
the
he's
wrong
never had
thing
any
is more
experience with
fun.
This kind of thing before.
Beacon's here!
There's a lot of cognitive dissonance.
You can stop my grand
Because they think,
scheme?
well, he probably didn't do it, but it sounds like something he might do, and it'd be cool if he did. So they have those kind of things in
30
their head
seconds
because
before you attack.
that's kind of how
Get
they've
ready.
been raised with the way the digital environment is, right? There's 20 million Discord
Asgard
servers
has been
actively
invaded
going
yet
on right
again.
now. We can't
We're in
monitor
this
it all.
together,
And there's a lot of bad things being talked about in all of those channels, such as this event, which I'm sure was discussed amongst people that
Hello,
have
hello,
the
hello.
same political leanings that Tyler had. So, and again, hard to monitor.
That's Iron Fist. Watch out.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So what is the responsibility of someone who
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
this information prior? If there's a conversation prior to the shooting, and there was, in fact. We heard from Castellano that he said that this suspect said, "I have the opportunity to take out Charlie first, and I'm going to shoot him." So anyone who received that message, what responsibility do they have to act on it? Go to the police.
Maclo, Maclo.
Yeah, they needed to reach out to somebody and say, this doesn't sound like someone needs to look into this person. The cases that I successfully prosecuted had someone within criminal justice that said, this is wrong. Find these guys.
Armor patch here!
That
Pay up!
these young men are diving deep into.
You're ready for action! My good deed for the day.
We saw the same thing with the disappear! This is a huge problem. Part of saving the universe.
You're ready for
I am finished.
Leave them to consume! This is real!
Kill Mac, kill Mac, kill Mac.
power! My good deed for the day. You're welcome.
Nice.
Information from the servers this guy was on. If he was on Telegram, that's owned by a Russian national who
Nice, good job.
placed it in Dubai. We can't get to that stuff, and it's all encrypted. So if they have no motivation to support it or help, then
You're
it's not
halfway
going to.
there.
And
Keep going.
those are just two examples of a multitude of different types of things where discussions like this are going on.
Iron Fist
We're
here.
not even talking about the dark web.
You're welcome.
Behold the god of thunder!
Iron Fist did.
We have to establish a legal process. We have to go out there with search warrants so that if prosecutors want to later use this evidence, it's not tainted by being illegally obtained. We, FBI, are running the investigation.
Chief on Tahoe!
Scores of individuals that will
Nice. Mac one, kill Mac.
Oh, I'm not gonna make it easy.
Oh, absolutely. TikTok does it every day. It is probably the #1 methodology for the Chinese government to send propaganda and to disrupt the minds of kids like this. It's exactly what's happening. And to say Russia's not doing it as well, because they're doing it too. They're just not quite as open.
Darren Mott, thank you very much. Retired FBI agent.
I'll get you next time. Only 60 seconds left. Get that vehicle moving again. You're ready.
I'll patch you up.
Good out, good out. Wait, I'm gonna go, okay? Wait. Got to. Nice.
Get him.
Invis low. Nice. Anfis. Nice.
Is even though you got the suspect, still getting more details such as the DNA on the tile and the screwdriver.
It's huge. DNA, I was really glad to hear that positive hit on that towel and the screwdriver.
Eva Luna.
That's very, very important. The other thing that the director mentioned was digital evidence. It sounds like they're now scouring his phone.
I bought it again, try to pop it. Kill Mike. Mike did. They can't walk up, there's no time, they can't go, just walk up,
Watch behind, watch behind.
Kill Thor. Never mind, it's okay. Luna did. Sonia's. Wait.
Still Eva behind.
His family has collectively told investigators that he subscribed to left-wing ideology, and even more so in these last couple of years. And he had a text message exchange. He was suspect with another individual.
It's okay, we push hard far enough.
I am ready to put on a show.
That's a great question. What we're talking about is a potential conspiracy element. And the elements of that go down to, was there some sort of
Do that.
the idea that he was actually planning something, they were aware of that, and there was some sort of agreement
Tolo.
other individuals that that's what he intended to do, and then proving some sort of act in furtherance of that. So, I agree with the director.
We lost Luna.
Careful, let's interview these people, let's take it all in due course. He's now been arrested, so that,
Nice.
that need for immediacy is over, and now it's time to take a breath and make sure that the evidence that they collect, the interviews that they conduct, are all done in such a way that they can all be
Anfis.
Open statements are anticipated to start Thursday. I guess my big question is, normally the judges give room to lawyers during the openings and closing, but you got someone that doesn't understand the process and then apply.
Anfis did.
What do we expect this defendant who is representing himself to say?
The moon haunts you.
Invis low.
They waste that out.
Invis one. Invis low, kill Invis.
This is real firepower!
Nice.
Nice.
The current score is 3-2-0.
Josh, thanks so much.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
So Dan Bongino is the FBI Deputy Director, and sir, thank you.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Here, I want to go back to last week on the day that this deal. Try and clear up a few things as best we can. Did anyone in that crowd aid or assist with this assassination?
Well, that's what we're looking into now, Bill. Obviously, we have a suspect in custody. It's quite clear. That's why I'm here discussing this individual. However, if this
I'll go back. Ashino. What are they on with them? Punisher?
whether it be someone.
I shot Iron Fist, right?
Specifics of it, as you heard the director say,
Is it?
They have Moonlight.
Punisher Iron. Punisher Moon Knight.
Yeah, he swapped.
Okay, can. I'll go Mac then. Drew gets farmed by those two.
Hey, I like your firearms. Never thought I'd find someone with the same taste on this backward planet. Let's see. Ion turret, photon reaction chain gun, mini black hole.
But when I can
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
clinging to transparency. This is, the era of the bronchitis.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Blade now. Blade
That's what we do. Yeah.
Blade Widow? Okay. One guy's flanking. Nice.
I'm not drawing conclusions. You're saying
Oh, I'm not gonna make it easy.
There's not going to be a stone left unturned if there was anyone involved who aided or abetted. I can't say that in strong enough terms. Every single FBI asset on this team is being applied and used in this case.
after he fired that single fatal shot.
Ash, bro.
Nice. Oh, I'm walking. Gunshot walking. Wait. Nice. Walk. Good luck, sorry.
This is real firepower. Don't mind me. Use some help here.
I'm this one. Blade one also. It's okay, nice shot. One die I can bubble you.
Fish flanking on the left.
I'm watching the fish here. There. Main here.
Looking at that video, it's hard to see.
One die I can out if you want. I can bubble you.
He's on me.
Bubble you already.
This is a nice spot. I'll patch you up. This is real
No bubble, sorry, no bubble.
That appears to be the case here as well, where the intent component was there in advance and the target was announced in advance prior. Now that's the part we want to know. Did they know and not say? Now, Bill, keep in mind, I don't want anyone to jump to conclusions. Did they say and think it was some kind of a joke? That's what we're trying to find out now. But I promise you,
Nothing. Poke one.
This is real firepower. 1,000 gone.
You can bottle, you can go. Nice. GG's.
Final score, 3-2-0.
Family who had stated that he had become more political, that he had become, at some parts of some of his co-workers had stated that he had kind of detached himself when the topic of politics came up and walked away from them. Family members said he'd become more political, leading us to believe that this ideology had that infected him and had taken over. And he was just intent, it appears, from the data we've accumulated and the channel and that note, which we have some evidence may have existed before based on the communications in that channel, that his target was obviously going to be Charlie and that people knew in advance. The question is, again, I just want to go back to what you had asked before. Did they know, were they sure of this, or did they hear this and just write it off? That's what we're going to have to find out, and that's what we're investigating now. Bill, this investigation is just begun. This isn't even the beginning of the beginning. You know, yes, we have a subject in custody. You know, everybody's innocent until proven guilty, and however, this is not done by any stretch. Our men and women out there in the Bureau have worked tirelessly all weekend. I just got back to D.C. Last night. And, you know, Cash and I were out there on the scene. We walked the scene. We went through every single component of it. We saw the evidence up close and personal. And we went out there to be able to make command decisions with our team on the ground. And I think the process, although not perfect, of course, I think the process went pretty well considering we got him in 33 hours.
Okay, yeah, I respect the process here, too. The governor, Cox, said he had a left.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I don't know what issues were important to him. Maybe you can share that with us today. And Cash Patel said, if I got this right, he said,
open your eyes. Reality is but an illusion.
Theory now as to motive?
Now,
I think it's pretty
who
clear
am I
based
gonna
on the
banish from this
statements of
match?
family members, friends, and some of the messaging we have on these digital footprints left behind, that he clearly had some obsession with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is obviously a conservative commentator. That's no secret to anyone out there. So while, again, I don't want to speak in advance and jeopardize the case in any way, I think it's fairly obvious to everyone out there, and there's no need to parse words with it, that clearly this was an ideologically motivated attack. I mean, Charlie Kirk is a conservative commentator who sadly and tragically gave his life, you know, underneath a sign asking people to challenge his ideas, the very essence of our constitutional republican. Bill, you know, if I may, I know it's a news show, but you know, Charlie was my friend. Charlie wasn't my friend. Charlie was my good friend. And I spent the weekend, you know, after coming back from
The
Utah,
right heroes could make
looking
all
through
the
text
difference.
exchanges
Who are
going
you
back
calling a
years with
raccoon,
Charlie.
huh?
And it's kind of hard to believe he's not here.
Open your eyes.
Who are you calling a
You know,
raccoon,
this has been
huh?
hard for everyone. And I think it's fair and appropriate for every one of the taxpayers who finances your FBI to ask questions about everything. You know what? It wasn't perfect, but it should be. Next time we'll try to make it more perfect. But I just ask everyone to keep in mind that both Cash and I, this was very emotional for us. We had to put that aside. We had a job to do. And
But
whenever we settled
sometimes
down,
we take
finally
stuff
got a little
other
bit of
people
sleep
are
last
got.
night. It hit me that, you know, Charlie's not here anymore. And that was tough for everyone. So I'm not asking for anybody's forgiveness.
We'll be coming in 30
Steps
seconds.
here and there.
Stay
We got
strong.
our guy in 33 hours. Everything, we're going to go look at everything.
Hey, I saw that
Next
turret
time,
thing you
when
do.
there's a crisis,
How much you want
what
for
we
it?
can do well, we can do better, we can do better.
What,
we
are you
can do
kidding?
better than that.
Everything's for sale.
Maybe for other people, not for me.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll patch you up.
I am barely wounded. Some sympathy, please.
You need some healing here. Follow the enemy. Your horse. I'll deploy another beam.
Garrett Kenny, who is live outside of the Utah County Jail in Spanish Fork.
Team player, that's me. This is a nice
Emily,
spot.
a big part of this investigation now is looking into
You're welcome.
who knew what about this shooting.
Oh, someone scratch me. Careful here.
Behold the god of thunder!
Evidence of its existence, we now have learned, it existed before the shooting, was in the location in the suspect and partner's home. That romantic partner who is cooperating with investigators is a male transitioning to a female. And you'll remember, Charlie Kirk was shot right after being asked about trans mass shooters. Investigators We've also learned the FBI is investigating left-wing groups in Utah to see if they had any kind of heads up about the assassination plot or somehow helped the suspect. Since his family told investigators he subscribed to left-wing ideology that had become more extreme over the past couple of years. Here's FBI Deputy Director Dan Blanchett.
Only 60 seconds left.
There's not going to be a stone left unturned if there's anyone involved.
More bad guys. Just what we need.
Behind you, my friend.
Better stop that vehicle! Chaos control!
Prosecutors formally filed
There's
charges.
still a chance to
Some
stop them!
assistance, please.
Down to 30 seconds!
Haley, welcome back. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it's clear that two factors contribute to this.
They hit a checkpoint! Now might be a good time to stop them!
That he was involved in. This is something that unfortunately is becoming increasingly common among my generation, which is really the first generation that have been born and raised on the internet. And young adults are increasingly finding their community online, sometimes in very dangerous spaces. And what this case reveals is that you can be raised in an entirely normal middle-class family with parents who are involved who love their son, and yet still end up in the wrong corners of the internet, inundated with radical ideology. The second element here, which will be really interesting to see as this investigation unfolds, is how much and whether at all our education system contributed to this suspect's radicalization. And based on the things that public school employees and college professors have said on the internet,
This is real firepower!
saying online shows that this leftist ideology wasn't just being hidden inside of them. This is being exposed to
Born again!
system and really realize this ideology.
I'll patch you up someday.
There's still a chance to stop them!
Behold the god of thunder!
David, so we expect federal charges to be filed today, and we know that the feds can file charges, so too can the state. And then earlier about the
I'm
different
not gonna
sovereign
make it
jurisdictions, who will essentially go first and sort of take the lead. But what do you anticipate happening here?
Well, it's
You're ready for it?
since Utah, just what I penalty, that they'll lead in the case.
They hit a checkpoint! Now might be a good time to stop them!
Given the information that Cash Patel gave in this interview this morning, it appears that there is enough
You're welcome.
evidence, use of internet and more, that would bring the federal charges into it. That is the
stop that
for the
vehicle!
federal charges. You need some form of interstate internet communication and then your chat room. So I think that's what we can discern from this interview with Cash Patel. But Utah has they have the lead
Things
on
are
this,
gonna be
and
different
state
this time.
charges and state prosecutors can be more effective in a death penalty case.
You're welcome.
By the numbers
Armor
and
patch
with
here.
the
Now or
federal
never!
government.
Stop them!
Magneto!
It's something we know, and something we should also realize
Armed and dangerous! Again! This is real firepower!
David mentioned first that, as we noted earlier, the suspect is not cooperating at all.
Us against the world! You're ready for that time! Behold the god of thunder!
People aren't like their parents. They end up, criminals, whatever. They didn't
The
do
current
what they
score
were raised to
is
do.
0,
Excellent
2,
point.
3.
Part of what's happening now is that
Time
there's
to
an
switch
incubator
things
for
up,
them.
including
And
which
that
side
incubator is
you're
also
on.
an echo chamber. And what Cash Patel and Dan Bangino,
Who are you calling a
are
raccoon,
saying
huh?
today
You'll need a
is that
top-notch
they're
team
looking
to
at
win
who
this
was in
one.
the room with him on Discord. Who was in the digital room with this young man, and have we lost our ability to see something, say something? Are they complicit in any kind of way? Is there a federal charge of conspiracy? All of those things coming into play, but I look at it a little bit differently from 37,000 feet. As a society, can we handle having people around a killer not say anything? Like, what kind of footprint really was there? I think it's an important part of the coverage, but it's an important part for us to know who we are.
I do the right thing, unless the wrong thing
What
is
do you
more
do with
fun.
these young people? I say take every one of them and teach them to pray. I mean, you saw the tributes and the
30
visuals
seconds
over the
before you
weekend.
attack.
There was so
Get
much about
ready.
healing in that. We have so much more to do with our loss of Charlie.
Hey, Thor,
But we have to
let me see the
outnumber
hammer.
them now to show them.
I just
and
want to
love
see
that,
if it'll
because we're
charge up my
outnumbered.
gun.
To show them that
Come
there
on,
are
I'll
more
give it
of us
back.
who believe in goodness.
Right.
Come
and interesting that
on.
you say that, because some also articles said, Washington bracing for the reaction. This was a couple days ago, but the reaction was prayer.
The battle starts in
reaction was
5,
mourning, and the
4,
reaction was a
3,
peaceful, collective,
2, 1.
gathering up. There's no
You're ready for
anxiety.
it! I feel like so there are two dudes, huh? Sounds like overpopulation. We got a babysitter robot.
The one Charlie Kirk called for on August 20th.
You're welcome.
I'm good to go. That will take time to manifest in the hearts of the American people.
My good deed for the day.
We need to know exactly, to your point, Haley, how this individual became radicalized. What CNN is reporting in 4.0 GPA. He had gotten a scholarship. He came from a close-knit family. So how does someone go from that to assassinating an individual, this suspect? Number 2, people articulate their threats beforehand. We see this in almost any school shooting.
I'll patch you up.
One came to mind also on Discord was the Georgia school shooting that happened on Labor Day. That individual had articulated a threat online. Someone reported it. The FBI came to his house, and unfortunately there was no way to detain him, and he went on
Relay
to commit
deployed.
that shooting.
It ain't
Another
cheap.
case, just want to point this last one out. This is ABC News. Discord detected, removed, and reported a user, which led to an arrest in a potential synagogue shooting. It was a 13-year-old individual. Said he was going to use Discord. Discord reported it. They were able to get the guy charged at the state level.
Battlefield ready again.
Us against the world!
This is real firepower! Behold the god of thunder!
Get that vehicle moving again!
My generation doesn't remember 9/11. They've grown up in an era of peace. And to Kaylee's first question about how this happened and how he was sucked into some of these online groups, I'll just say that, especially as a Gen Zer, with everyone's noses in their phones, it's very easy to feel invisible. And young adults are going to places that will make them feel invisible. You're not always going to like the corners of the internet that make them feel that way, but I would imagine that this young man found visibility in the wrong places.
You're ready for it!
Ultron reigns supreme!
We gotta get to that ping the bad guy!
All right, thinking
Us against the world!
Mutant time!
Charlie Kirk suspected assassin hours before, after
Armed and dangerous!
his father turned him in.
This my way! Fear my
Only 60 seconds left.
Suspect charged in Charlie Kirk's murder confessed, and I want to read this according to the Washington Post.
More backup. You're welcome.
On Discord, that social media
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. This coming from the Washington Post. Now this comes as DOJ officials began late last week looking at the potential for at least one federal charge. No guarantee they'll get there. The department spokesperson.
Yo, Rocket needs some healing here. Team player, that's me.
Not ruling anything out at this time.
Don't worry, Herbie. I'll patch you up.
What did he say? FBI Director Captain Wells said this earlier this morning.
Keep going.
He had a text message exchange, he the suspect with another individual, in which he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk.
You're ready for action
because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for.
This investigation is just
Going back.
This isn't even the beginning.
Maximum pulse!
This is real firepower! See, I'll patch you up.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Along with Dan Bongino, when we
This
asked
is a nice
what this
spot.
means, all parties involved on the record say this is a positive move.
Very interesting. Thank you very much, David Stone. That was President Trump in the Oval Office signing a memo sending the National Guard and other federal agencies to track down the crimes in Memphis. He also spoke about the attack on Charlie Kirk. He said the suspected killer was radicalized online. He said Tyler Robinson is not cooperating.
Don't mind me.
But his family and
Just
friends,
die in
FBI
here.
director
This is a
Captain
nice
Wells, the deputy
Don't let anything stand in your way.
We were able to gather a significant amount of forensic information to expedite back to the lab, which was the key, I think, piece of
The God of Thunder!
investigator that he subscribed to left-wing ideology. He claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for.
That his roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning
This is real firepower!
as well.
Haley, a good question becomes, as we were just chatting about a moment ago, when did he become indoctrinated? That's the key question. I mean, from what I read from CNN's reporting, he had a he had a scholarship, he had a family that was close to him, and something snapped, and we need to figure out exactly what that is. But I can tell you, as I've watched these interviews over the last few days, and then learning about this killer, this assassin, it occurred to me Charlie Kirk said once that
Maximum pulse!
ignore it, but it is happening nevertheless. When you see that,
I'll patch you up.
assassin, it's the face of evil. This is a guy who wrote handwritten notes that he was going to take Charlie Kirk out.
Only 60 seconds
And
left.
he goes on Discord and jokes about his doppelganger doing it. He jokes after he literally slaughtered him.
You're welcome.
And that's the darkness. But then there's also a lot of light, and we get very caught up at the people celebrating this, and I'd like to believe they're the few voices.
The current
There's a lot of
score
light out
is
there too, and I'll just end with this.
3-2.
There's several accounts I've seen, amazing accounts of young people. This guy, big athlete, says, I'm not an emotional guy, I don't cry. But when I watch Charlie Kirk's videos,
Who are
every
you
time he
calling
talks
a
about God, I
raccoon,
start
huh?
to cry.
You'll need a
Another young
top-notch
woman
team
said
to
for the
win
first
this
time
one.
she opened a Bible. Her in-laws had been encouraging her to do it. She never wanted to open it. And she read a scripture about the truth and the truth setting her free. These stories are huge. They are out there. There is a wave of young people in this country turning toward the light. Erica Kirk is picking up the mantle. She's carrying it forward, and that light will always be the darkness you were just talking about. Jesse, the FBI investigation, a lot has been made aware to the public as this is ongoing. But they widen the probe now, as we heard from Pat Patel and Dan Bongino. They widen the probe to pro-trans groups, these online groups. And a big question, too, will become, did they know that he was going to be
30 seconds before you attack.
Did they know in
Get
advance?
ready.
Right, so we all figured there was going to be a trans angle. So the guy was dating a trans man, whatever that means. And was this killing a romantic overture to impress
I'm just a
his
girl,
trans
and
boyfriend?
these are just my
We
furry
don't
little
know what
friends
was the
who
motivation.
happen to take my every
We do know that most of these trans shooters are lone
The battle
wolf,
starts in
mentally
5,
ill
4,
savages.
3,
This is not the
2,
case here.
1.
There might have been
Only 60 seconds
co-conspirators.
left.
There might have been people with foreknowledge of the attack. Did he have a cell with a cadre of crazy people that knew this was going to happen and gave them intentions? The investigation will show that. This is where it's different because a lot of these people are highly intelligent, they're highly motivated, they're well organized, and they're steeped in this progressive ideology. Luigi, Cross, Lou, this guy, the guy who shot Scalise, all smart people that were very, very specific about their intent, and they murdered someone in cold blood. You look at these people at these protests. They're torching cars. You look at the people at the riot.
Things are gonna be relay deployed.
They put bombs on Fox News shows outright.
Then just tell her.
These are people that are not flying off the handle. This is very well organized, and you want to say, okay, well, let's just come together. Well, how do you come together with someone? If they're hell-bent on murder, if they've chosen violence as a strategy to advance a political agenda. Charlie came together with it, everyone was conscious, and they shot him dead in the neck. He tried to build bridges, he tried to have a dialogue, and they murdered him in cold blood.
This is real! This is real firepower!
If you're going to kill Charlie, you can kill anyone. This guy was not just a political activist. He was a spiritual
Armed and not again! Not again!
So this was a spiritual attack, and
I'm
people
opening a
will be
portal.
dealt with. There will be a
The current
reckoning.
score
Not
is
violence.
3,
We don't condone violence.
2,
We would never stoop
3.
to this level. But we will
Time
drive
to
these
switch
people
things
out
up,
firmly and
including
resolutely.
which side you're
So
on.
this kind of stuff will not exist in the United States of America
Open
ever
your
again.
eyes.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a
The
raccoon,
Washington
huh?
Post is reporting through two people familiar with the Discord chat that we have started to learn some details of. They're reporting that the suspect in Charlie Kirk's shooting did post to Discord, "It was me," an outright confession for what he did, saying, quote, "I'm sorry for all of this."
And that he was going to be turning himself in a couple of hours, which we know to be the case. And I'm glad that you were clear that this was a non-violent call to action that you're talking about. But there are a lot of people saying things like we are at war, and war has a very particular violent connotation to it. And from what we know thus far, and it's
We'll be coming in 30
investigation
seconds.
that
Stay
seems
strong.
deeply complicated, but everybody from the president to Governor Cox to FBI Director Patel all seem to agree that he was radicalized online and seems to be part of this kind of internet nihilist group of kids, right, who spend all their time in Discord chats and play video games. And that makes sense because of what we saw in the bullet casings, right? The furry meme, which is old by the way,
battle starts in
about it. It's
5,
over 10 years
4,
old. So, you know,
3,
he's grown
2,
up on this, been
1.
seeing it for a long time. The Helldivers 2, the game, that has been used by both the last champ and right as anti-fascist call to action. If there is evidence that he was a leftist and cash talk this morning about this note, that doesn't exist anymore, but through our aggressive interview posture, we know exactly what it says. They're going to have to do better than that for people to look at this evidence and coordinate that this is a dead process, that the left came out and they took out Charlie Kirk. Now, it may actually be the case, but we know that Tyler Robinson was raised in a close-knit conservative family. We know it was a big gun culture family. The grandma said something like, we don't even know any liberals. It wasn't school indoctrination. Carrie Lake went off on that. She was in an online apprenticeship program at Dixon Technical College, which I don't think was state. I understand, but they didn't say when he changed. We're almost there. I'm just going to need more information before you smear.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it.
The final 10 seconds.
I do this my way. This is real firepower. This is real firepower. Feel the wrath of the goddess! Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 See, I'm fucking helpful.
Better stop that vehicle.
For mutant time! More bad guys. Just what we need. Good medicine. Team player. That's me. You're ready for action. Scum scraped off.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh? Sure. Sometimes we take stuff other people are gone.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Say, Doc, you never told me. Where'd you learn all those tricks?
Exactly. I'm the master of mystical arts, aren't I?
Come on, were you bitten by a radioactive wizard?
Sure, why not? Please let me meditate.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I was a little messed up there. Thanks.
These days, I have the patience. Ancient one, I hope
I'll patch you up. My health is back. Oh, someone scratch my back. Whoa. Wanna teach me how to play heavy like that? Armor patch here. Pay up. Team play. That's me. You're ready for edge.
Tell ya, fighters beat squirrels.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
You're ready for edge. Armor patch here. Pay up.
Good medicine.
Nice.
This is a nice spot. You're ready for edge. Now, that fucking hurt.
Behold the
patch you up. Buy good deeds for the day. Us rodents gotta look out for each other. You're ready for action. This is real firepower! You're welcome.
What armor is this?
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I'll patch you up. Team play. That's me.
Wish that I was as adored by the heroes of Midgard as
You're welcome. Buy good deed for the day. Armor patch here. Pay up. I'll patch you up. This is real firepower! You're welcome. Someone scratch my back.
so close! This is your big chance!
Disappear! Pay up!
It's clobbering time!
Hey, the
I
human
unleash
host is
the
down.
Vishanti's power!
You're welcome. Okay, hold your horses. I'll deploy another beacon. Yikes! What the fuck are these things anymore? You're ready for action. Armored up! Someone scratch my back! You're welcome! This is real firepower!
Come back, come back, come back.
Remind me never to go swimming again. I'll patch you up. Team player, that's me. This is real firepower!
Disappear!
You're ready?
Behold the god of thunder!
You get a web, you get a web, you get a web! My good deed for the day. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. You're welcome. Put them down so they stay down.
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My best friends are crooks and villains. working with you, kid.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. You're up, little ones.
I'm impressed, kid. That's some serious tech you're wearing there.
It's more than just a suit of armor. Spider's my partner. Kind of like your tree.
That tree is a Flora Colossus, and his name is Groot.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
None. You expect me to focus? Please.
You're ready for action.
Systems restoring.
Healed at last. Namor called in back. Oh, yeah, they are. You're welcome. See, I'm fucking helpful.
Leave me, darkness.
Careful, my step.
That was a fine battle.
You're welcome.
Spiders love things with 8 legs, but this?
Here is an enemy to pursue.
See, I'm fucking helpful. You're welcome.
I am strengthened for battle. Our enemies are near.
Namor summons squishy friends. You're welcome. Don't mind me. I'm just dying. This is real firepower.
I have tagged a foe. Hunt them.
You're
Our
welcome.
tentacles think our cancer
Remind me
is
not to
so.
make the tiny shark angry, okay? This is real firepower.
I am strengthened for battle.
Judge, jury, execution. Power. Help me out.
Ult on point, ult on point, ult on point.
I'm back.
A shortcut through space.
I'll patch you up. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Wild creatures have risen from the realm
Someone
below.
scratch my back. Dragon Ball. Yeah, man. You did well. Rockets launching again. I'll patch you up. Relay deployed.
Only 60 seconds left.
Is this the part where the crowd starts singing?
Nice. You're ready for action.
I cast good medicine.
This is real firepower. This is real firepower.
Moon Knight in the back, Moon Knight in the back.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Moon Knight up top.
Final score 3-2-0. Another epic victory.
Now that it's certain, without a shadow of a doubt, that leftist rhetoric is one of the inciting factors that caused the murder of Charlie Kirk, an innocent man, a father, and a husband, and it's also leftist rhetoric that is causing millions of freaks to go mask off and cheer on his death.
I will bring peace to
really
this universe, no matter the
expose
cost.
these people immediately. Now, I know Cenk Younger is like one of these big, oh no, political violence is no place, but he's a liar and a fraud. All right, that dude is a slime, and apparently he gets exposed to his face because a lot of these people do this strategy. All right, they do this strat where they say, go kill that guy, but I don't support political violence. And they can always go back to the little oh, but I don't condone it. But I made a disclaimer. I don't want political violence.
I'm simply a man
even though I
who wishes to
literally say
use
go
his
kill that
power
guy.
for good.
So today we're going to be talking about this because a lot of people on Twitter are trying to get absolute best to make believe this is a gun issue, to make believe this is just one mentally ill individual, to say, oh, well, that person, that murderer's parents were Trump voters. None of that matters. It's very obvious.
That's not the only fissure
the villains are, and we are not playing this two-side bullshit ever again. It's over. It is absolutely over. 100% confirmed, Charlie Kirk's killer, Tyler Robinson, had a boyfriend who identifies as transgender. The man is cooperating with the FBI. He's turned over all the electronic. Yes, this is officially trans violence. Now, a lot of people are trying to point out and say, no, wait, no, it's not trans violence because the killer's boyfriend was trans. Not actually the killer's boyfriend. That's not trans violence. You're actually, this whole LGBT shit.
Can I get a fucking heal? Hello? Hello?
To the point that he was dating a mutilated man. He was stuffing a mutilated retard. Alright, this is obviously part of the reality. The T in LGBT is starting to sound like it stands for terrorist. Okay, I don't care if it was a trans person who pulled the trigger. Ultimately, it is ideologically driven, far left, furry, retard, don't care, fuck you. Anyway, really glad that we clarified that one. Oh, another big thing that a lot of people are trying to say is the funny this is literally the funniest thing in the universe. People are saying that, actually, Tyler Robinson is dead because the boyfriend transitioned to a woman. So, yes, he was having sex with a biological man, but actually, it was a trans woman, so he was straight. Dog, no one's falling for your funky head. No one cares, alright? I don't give a shit. This is insane. Like, yeah, a man with a penis of this person's ass. Technically, not gay. The man with a penis calls the penis a vagina. Alright, good. I'm really glad that we've gotten to the bottom. We've gotten to the bottom. Y'all are retarded, alright? And evil. Anyway, regularly, they said this way.
Can I get a heal? What the fuck are you behind you?
Anyone that caused the death of Charlie Kirk, not necessarily that was a letter.
I'm just saying, we need to tone down the rhetoric. Well, will the rhetoric get toned down? I mean, again, I go back to what was on the told from this kid. It's only coming from one side currently.
Maximum hold the god of thunder!
With the Nazi passes in the White House.
I don't think we know, just to be clear, I mean, just law enforcement people, I don't think we know the meaning of his message.
We don't know the meaning of the message. The guy, the far leftist, socialist, gay, hating a transgender, who wrote on his bullet, literally wrote on his bullet, anti-fascist, spelling it out. Italian anti-fascist song. Really, we don't know. Thank you, CNN, for your political analysis. Now, you have to understand, this is a national security analyst. Job positions are fake. They're all fake. They're all propagandizing freaks. Come on. Are you kidding me? Really? Why are we even playing this game? Why are we even playing this game? It is absolute insanity. It is absolute finest. And you know, she goes on, she continues yapping and crying her ass off, says, talking about how obviously, we don't know. And doing it because he's pro-gun. You're losing up. People make you cheer. This shit's over. You don't care. It's over. It's literally over. Don't give a shit. Now, explain this. They're all left. All right, that's one. Two, and now I hope you're ready to pay attention. Two, over the last 24 hours, memorial legend has come to an end. Civil rights icon that was taken from us way too soon. And obviously God had they attacked activists.
Cosmic might return. We are in this together.
Supreme Court headquarters in Phoenix has happened not too long ago. Our profile on the scene says the man picked over fireworks and
quantum magic. Right.
to the ground by a and arrested.
So is this just another example of a one-off?
You are safe now.
One-off mentally insensitive.
Your powers are mine!
That's one instance. Right? Just like the
Maximum pulse!
Where someone's raping all Charlie. Bring on! What about that? It's just another one instance. Behold the god of again! One instance where it says Hackwatch vandalism. Is that another one instance where there's one person that's obviously wrong with someone else? So you can't really count that as just one instance. What about this one? What about this instance where someone that shows up and vandalizes some assistance, please. They vandalized the memorial here. What about that? What about that? Another one instance. Another one instance of public vandalism. What about this one? Another one Charlie memorial vandalized. Another one. Think about this one. Right? You get the rest. Another one instance. I don't think it doesn't count. One instance. An individual. You don't understand their motive, right? CNN? What about this one? This is a guy named Cam Higbee that did like a Charlie Kirk style open debate. And they attacked him. Just another one instance. We'll never know. We'll never know. We'll never know if this is a problem based on the rhetoric of the left. We don't know. In fact, it's more like that it's just one mentally ill individual. In fact, we don't even know their motives. Maybe this white, this woman, this liberal woman, secretly a Nick Fuentes guy. We don't know. We don't know. Truly not at all. Breaking news. The FBI arrested blow up a news at a vigil for Charlie Kirk within the scary explosion.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The world's most peaceful religion, and Adil Justice Ahmed Nasir, another one of the world's most peaceful religion, faced multiple charges of
There's still so much to do.
And possessing explosive devices. That's right. Great news, guys. Your powers are mine! We're stopped. This is just another example of a potential right-wing guy.
Disappear!
Maximum pulse!
Born again! We are so fucking tired of this shit. We are so tired of this. Again, it could have been for any reason. Right? Sex, male, height, 501, race, white. Alright, look man, we are
Behold the god of thunder!
Insanely okay. Insane amount of notes. Another white man. Look man, you know what the white man white man just a straight white male. Nazis that are killing and trying to behind us. Who knows? BLM. Right? Also, there could be white people at BLM, alright? BLM, they're not Nazis, they include white people now, I hear. BLM disruptors, crashes, look at what he's carrying. He's being carried in the field weapon. Look guys, who knows? Who knows? Might just be a one specific individual instance. Definitely not a systemic problem. This is probably just one crazy that went out to get something. And honestly, we don't even know his motive. For all we know, this BLM could be a right wing. Who knows?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Attack. The cosmos will dehumanize you.
I require some aid.
What about this? What about this potentially straight white man over here that's carrying a weapon saying, fuck y'all.
Disappear!
also instant consequences. So I'm really glad that it's all bullshit.
I have
The
risen.
media's trying their best to make believe that this is
Behold the god of thunder!
Propaganda based. It's not a.
Your powers have lied!
It is. Sorry. Again, maybe it's a coincidence that all 12 examples I just gave you are coincidental levels of propaganda. But I personally
Born again!
I think it is propaganda. I think they are trying to get kills. They're trying to dehumanize you and kill you. Like I said on Twitter, you follow that just fucking Ben started talking.
America exposed himself tirelessly. He was getting Donald Trump elected as president. He elected his vice. So much of our success in the last 7 months is due to his efforts, his staffing, I don't think that I'm alone in saying that Charlie was the smartest political operative I've ever seen. Everyone knew, as this fearless debater, this guy who would take the conservative message into hostile places and inspire younger generations to have courage. One thing that's hit a lot of those young over the last week was how Charlie was there for them when others were not. When they were
Maximum pulse!
Minds, when they were afraid of what a professor would say, when they were afraid that they would be shouted down by their peers, Charlie was there, showing them that they could be courageous and that they could be bold. Charlie was a visionary. He was a luminary. He brought together people. He didn't just teach people how to speak. He didn't just teach people what to say. He didn't just teach people they could actually speak their mind on campus. He created a whole social network.
Man, he's streaming
for an
on
entire
Charlie's channel on
generation of
Rumble
young
right now.
people. I know people who met their husband, who met their wife, who met the best man at their wedding at a TV USA event. Because as you guys all know, it's not just about speaking our mind, it's about making friends along the way and creating that support network that won an election and that staffed the current federal government. I owe so much to Charlie. I've had friends reach out in just the last couple
I will bring peace
days.
to this
They
universe,
sent me
no matter
messages,
the cost.
screenshots that they exchanged with Charlie in the run-up to me getting selected by the president as his vice presidential running mate. And it's such an honor to have people show me that Charlie said, we want JD to be the VP nominee. And I just had a conversation with the president.
No, he was,
and I think
he
things
was
are actually
truly a
going well.
civil
I think
rights
he's
icon.
actually going to choose JD Vance. Do you know what it means to me that such a good guy, such a good friend, such a lion and visionary of our movement was advocating
In a world
for me? So I wanted
consumed
to
by
use this show
darkness, I
to
will
advocate
gladly
for
be the
Charlie,
light.
to talk about him, to talk about what kind of a guy he was, to talk about what kind of a man he
coming in
was, what
30
kind of a
seconds.
husband and
Stay
father
strong.
he was, and to take people, most of them from inside the administration, but some of them from without, who knew Charlie best, and to talk about what he meant to them, what he meant to this administration, and what he meant to the conservative movement. I was very honored a couple of days ago, on September the 11th, 2025, to fly out to Utah, where Charlie was shot,
battle starts in 5,
to meet his wife, to
4,
meet his mom and his
3,
dad, his
2,
sister, all just
1.
incredible people who didn't deserve our foes have arrived. And I was also honored to be able to take Charlie's name amazing, heartbreaking,
You need to stop
sad,
that vehicle in its tracks.
terrible. What an honor. I would welcome him to the Kirk Inner Circle at that moment. There are a few things I want to talk about just from that moment. First of all, when I first met Erica, his lovely wife, such an incredibly brave soul. I'm not sure if you saw the remarks after Charlie died. I encourage you to go see them.
Actually heartbreaking.
Incredible courage, all in the same moment.
It was really brave for
The cosmos heals. Also, the courage for a moment more than we've ever needed.
He's right.
Gave me a hug.
That's what we're on.
Heartbroken. She would be, and she said that you loved him so much.
Cosmos
And I said,
heals.
Erica, he loved you so much. He died way too young. He died a happy life. You, because your family better able because the home and the life
I could not allow a trace of Hell's darkness to survive.
I didn't cry. I was lost a loving husband and father. And we talked about Charlie. We talked about who he was. We talked about some of our favorite stories. We talked about some of his idiosyncrasies and all the things that made Charlie who he was. And she said something that I will never forget. My wife was here. Me and my wife on my side, and a lot of people from the Crybabies family, a lot of people from Charlie's family. And I said to him, Charlie never raised his voice, that he never cussed at her, that he was never cross or mean-spirited to her. And look, I'm a husband. I'm proud of being a husband. I think that on the great balance of things, I'm a pretty good husband. I can never say that I was never unpleasant with my wife. I can never say that I've never raised my voice to my wife. Like most husbands, good ones, we're sometimes imperfect. And I took for that moment that I needed to be a better husband, and I needed to be a better husband. Because of all these moments that I shared just the last few days, books that I've read to my kids, going up to their bedroom and kissing them and hugging them on their bed, I just realized all of these moments that I get to have. Charlie is not able to have. I require some of these kids. He's a wife anymore. And maybe the best that I can do, the best way that I can honor my dear friend is to be the best husband I can be, the kind of husband of my wife that he was to his. Born again! A husband and father. Talk about the joy that came from fatherhood. Joy born again! And being part of extra heels and all the incredible things that happen when you get to be a husband and father. And that is the way that I'm going to honor my friends. Do the very best of that most important job that I can. That's not the only thing. But I'm going to honor Charlie. And there's going to be a lot of discussion over the next 2 hours of this radio program about what exactly it looks like. It's important. And Erica asked me to make sure that there's a movement. The movement that Charlie started has to keep going. We have to build it. We have to add to it. We have to make sure that the next generation of young people feels confident and courageous to speak their mind. And I see a lot of things. We all talk about why do we do this? We do this so that we can enact good public policy and take back our country. We're going to talk with senior officials in the administration about what we're trying to do to honor Charlie's legacy. Of course, we have to make sure that the killer is brought to justice. Unfortunately, we have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that is blown up.
Judge, jury, executioner!
How to bring yeah, there's an issue. Everybody knows that they can speak their mind about the issues of the day without being cut down by a murder. We're going to talk about all of those things. Friends of Charlie, with people in the administration, with people that he knew. So on a podcast a couple of months back, Charlie was asked about how he wanted to be remembered when he died of cancer. I want to be remembered for courage and faith. That to me the most important.
Healing power. We are in this together.
That was Charlie.
Born again!
I think that's the greatest lesson any of us can take from Charlie. To have faith in the Lord and to be bold in how we glorify Him. To be bold in our pursuits as Charlie was in his. So that's what we're going to spend a little bit of time doing this afternoon. Keeping this incredible show going and hearing from some of the people who are so fortunate to call Charlie a friend. We're going to pay tribute to his courageous legacy, and we're going to commit to keep it forever alive. I'm looking forward to this. Join us.
So heartbreaking, man. All right, you can watch the rest on, you know, I'm sure he keeps going. But yeah, no, anyway, Piers Morgan did a debate. We're gonna watch the debate segment of it, where essentially he got a couple left-wing guys, a couple right-wing guys, and the left-wing guys, as far as I understand, are Cenk Uygur. Cenk Uygur is a fat fuck, also known as a Turkish man who comes from an inbred family. He has interesting positions, like he is a supporter of bestiality, literally, openly supporting bestiality, but he's a leftist, and he is being considered as rational by a lot of people because, well, he actually condemns the violence. Now, I'm gonna be real here. He's a liar. He's a lying fucking snake pig. All right? He absolutely is. All right? None of these people really condemn the violence. They say they condemn the violence to make it look like their side is not a side of domestic terrorists. They're liars. All of them. Okay, and apparently he gets
I am no
exposed in his
golden
face.
god.
Lock in, boys and girls.
I am simply a
It's gonna be
man
a fun
who
one.
wishes to
Well, let me
use
turn
his
now
power
to
for
my
30
panel.
seconds
A lot
before
of
you
different
attack.
views
Get
here
ready.
and politics we've all had over many years. I'm sure we're all joined by the same view that this is an absolutely appalling thing to have happened. And the consequence of it could be very far-reaching. Dave Rubin, let me start with you. You know, this is a cold-blooded, deliberate, pre-planned execution of a high-profile conservative who, irony of irony,
The battle
was the
starts in 5,
guy probably leading
4,
the charge
3,
to sit
2,
down with people whose
1.
views you don't agree with. In
All
other
you need
words,
to do is capture
almost
the
the
mission
opposite
area.
of
Got
what
it?
this shooter appears to believe that he represented. What is your reaction to it?
I mean, to be honest, I feel like the obvious reaction is Dave Rubin's a gay man married to another man, all right? And he was friends with Charlie Kirk. If Charlie Kirk was actually the hateful, bigoted, homophobe that everyone labels him as, then Dave Rubin was friends with Dave Rubin, a openly gay man. You killed the best one.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Lost a friend. My friend was assassinated. And I spent an awful lot of time with, who I broke bread with many times, who I sat at weddings with, who I toured with, and did many of these college shows with. A man who, as I was leaving the left about a decade ago, and realizing the hysteria.
Was he on the Young Turks? He might have been on the show. He was a lefty, and he moved to the right, and the left became completely retarded.
Progressives who welcomed me, even though we had various different opinions on very closely held things like abortion and marriage and taxes and death penalty.
For the record, I agree with Charlie Kirk on all of those things over Dave Rubin. For the record, in case anyone was curious, marriage and abortion and death penalty, yeah, I am more on the Charlie Kirk side of the force here.
And in the 10 years or so that I knew Charlie Kirk, I never had one bad experience with him. I had only good experiences. To your point about the political point, yes, Charlie was better at reaching across the aisle than anyone. Someone progressive. In some sense, they want less to do with me than even someone like him. So it became harder for me to reach across the aisle. Charlie spent his...
To be honest, I think the left is, the intellectuals on the left, all right? The intellectuals on the left, they're retarded, and they're never going to change their opinions, ever. Never, for the most part. So I don't think you could ever reach any. It's the college kids. Born again! Right? It's young men, okay? Not women who follow their educators and really, go against the herd. It's young men that haven't stopped at seeing things from a different perspective. And that's what Charlie Kirk was targeting, and he was connected to the kill.
Light trying to widen the tent as is the conservative liberals like me and Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, the thing that Donald Trump represents is why tent
it's not all men, it's all women, statistics.
At the movement is based in America, freedom, and I don't know anyone, literally anyone on earth who was doing it.
Behold
so
the God of Thunder!
My friend, and I mourn for America because in your intro you laid it out correctly. There's a lot of anger right now. There's a lot of sadness. I'm sure you're that, but there's a lot of anger. And I feel it's incumbent on me and some of the guys like you here to be a little bit better right now. Because otherwise this thing, this very precious experiment could veer out of control.
I think that's completely right. You and I talk.
Destiny awaits. I agree that you need to be in control and you need to call for people to not commit violence, but you also need to seek and destroy, all right? You don't make evil, you destroy evil. And there is so much evil, and it needs to be destroyed. I am more than happy to have an honest conversation with literally anybody. But when I see these people cheering, like, that's evil. It's indefensible, and it's evil, and it's anti-American.
I am at your service.
Killing a man for freedom of speech is anti-American to its very core. Any person that cheers for that, in my opinion, should be deported if they're not a citizen and shouldn't be able to vote if they are a citizen. They are so anti-American, they do not have a place in American society. This isn't even coming from basic human things.
I am at your service.
In America.
Now, I'm going to tell you something about Shank that a lot of people probably don't know. All right, I made a video on this a bit ago. But a lot of people are unaware of this. Did you ever hear of Gavin Long? Gavin Long was a terrorist shooter, all right? He shot 4 police, more than 4. He shot 6 police officers.
Where
and I think
there is
4 ended up
evil in
dying.
this universe, I will be there
in
to
2016.
balance it.
After a little bit of digging, it turns out this Gavin Long was a massive fan of the Young Turks. A massive Cenk Uygur fan.
30 seconds
and
before
in
you
his
attack.
video,
Get
before
ready.
shooting those cops, he made a video reacting to the Young Turks.
This conflict
and
is
as
growing
the
more
Young Turks
dire
said,
with
you
every
have to
new
fight back
challenge that
against
we
the police.
face.
He said, yes, you have
bet
to
you're
fight
wishing
back
you
against
just
the
stayed in
police.
that
Then he went out,
cocoon,
ambushed, and murdered 4
I've never
police
been one to
officers.
hide from
So that is
matters
a
of great
direct
cosmic importance,
tie
Peter Quill.
to this motherfucker.
Well, if you're
Okay?
not playing
Now,
the
you
music,
can
can
make
I go
believe
quick nap?
that you don't
Saving
condone violence, blah, blah,
The battle
blah.
starts
But
in
it's again
5,
and again
4,
and again and
3,
Been
2,
very critical of
1.
the woke left, actually, in
All you need to
particular,
do is capture the
and
mission
the way
area.
they over-demonise everyone, calling everybody fascists and so on. It seems that this 22-year-old
It's almost too much
had
to bear.
And by the way, for the record, just on that story, because I feel like that's relevant in context, you know what he did when he saw that his hardcore, die-hard fan put his bike of his program and murdered a couple of police officers? You know what he did? Copyright struck Pillars videos react. And then he said, "You're and nothing.
picking up on his ammunition. Pretty clear, I think, that he started we don't know his exact
Behold the god of thunder!
in the next few hours and days. Certainly, he was like a fascist. You know, a fascist, will start now by murder. And this is exactly what this person has done in the extermination of being anti-fascist.
So I think this is a huge problem in America right now. So to the point that Dave came, look, so Dave came some of his opinions and didn't change up. Right? I didn't change any of them. Born again! Charlie and I had many times. He came on the other group and the Democrats had. I was in we had a lot of but the part about the left and not because I had changed any of my opinions, but because I hadn't changed any. And then once we had those conversations, what we found out was, yes, we deeply disagree on many things. Say race relations, on and on.
Healing cosmic subtly called him a racist. Like, he so subtly wants you to think, oh, he's a racist. Yeah, I mean, listen, he could have died because freedom of speech, but he's a racist.
Right? But it turned out we actually did agree on a bunch of things. Housing, paid family leave, how the American people are being taken advantage of.
I hate when people do that. It doesn't matter what you agree with. Why does everyone feel the need to do this? Unbelievable. Hey guys.
Behold the god of thunder!
Still on an edge. So you don't get to there unless you have conversation. So I know some on the right certainly
Fantastic!
still some anger today, and then justifiable anger. Some are talking about striking back. And then on our side,
obviously there should be no striking back. I don't want to see people killed. I do think Cenk Uygur should be deplatformed and potentially he has essentially made tons of videos supporting terrorist organizations and being terrorists by the United States of America. And also, more importantly, he, in my opinion, directly incites violence on our channel. Talking about how you have to fight back against cops, fight back against ICE agents who are anti-American. Meanwhile, you can put on a suit and you can make arguments that, oh, I am against violence. You are not against violence. You just say that shit. All right? I have no interest in humoring these people anymore. All right? Chunky Uygur over here, in my opinion, does not deserve overwhelming empathy and the outlook from the left.
yes, there's way too much censoring, way too much never talk to anyone else. Just stick within your own.
I love how he's not mentioning calls people fascists every fucking time. He calls Jews Nazis. Alright, he calls everyone in Israel a Nazi. He calls anyone that voted for Trump a Nazi. Dude, this is the dehumanization language of the
Right. Well, how are we ever going to do it?
Against the world!
You don't want to conquer it. Like the way you want to Well, you clearly don't. Millions cheering on the death of it. Fucker. All right, you can sell that. You have no empathy. You launder empathy. You make believe that it's empathy. You make believe that you have it in order to morally grandstand above anybody else. That's your purpose. Absolutely fraud.
Historically, have prided ourselves on having empathy and reaching out and having conversations and healing and uniting. So the way that this country is going and both sides are going is a deep, deep problem.
Yeah, any leftist that takes this opportunity to make it a both sides thing, with all due respect, is retarded. They are. Sorry. What's the verse? Psalm, I think it's 98 too? Is it? Like there's a Bible verse for this one. Whatever, I'll find it later.
And one of the issues, Piers, honestly, is media and algorithms. It rewards extremists, and the more extreme you are...
You are extremist, bro! You are extremist! I just made an entire video talking about how he literally supports terrorists. What are we doing?
The more rewarded you are. And so we've got a way to fix that. If we don't fix it, the money and the spinning out of control...
First things first, your nephew, Hassan Piker, needs to be removed from the country. All right, that's first. All right, that is first. I made a banger Hassan Piker tweet here, basically talking about all of his shit, and
I will bring peace to this universe.
I'm sick and tired of left-wingers, liberals. You need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them.
Yep, thank you. I'm really glad that you were able to bring that up.
See, mostly watches musicians or...
Great. So I'm really glad we're on the same page here. Your nephew's the problem.
Of both sides... Political fervor is going to be
this universe.
An enormous problem for this country.
To balance
We've got to stop right now. Look, either we could use this moment to hate each other more, or we could use this moment as an inflection point to begin to heal and to unite and realize that we're all Americans together. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing, and we can say that fervently without crossing the line into hating each other, thinking that both sides are Nazis of some sort.
Trump gets elected, and he goes and he loses his mind and says that the right is evil, they're all Nazis and fascists. All right, the leftist, based on leftist rhetoric, murders a innocent man, and it's both sides need to cool down. I think both sides should cool down.
Ready to capture the available area
to quote
and extract
Psalm
some
37, all right, for those who are evil will be destroyed, but those who hope in the Lord will inherit the land. A little while and the wicked will be no more. Though you look for them, they will not be found. The meek will inherit.
This time I need healing.
Which is a lot of things. I just feel I don't know, man. It's great. Stop.
I have solved our biggest problem.
And you're right. I've gotten all by some forces to the left.
I can't believe they would call Jake Younger terrorist supporter extraordinary.
No, that's too much, guys. It isn't about me. It's about the hatred that gets built in and entrenched when we can't even talk to the other side and we can't see each other as fellow Americans.
Batty, I want to play a clip. This is a Charlie Kirk on Piers Morgan Uncensored in November 2023. At the time, we just had the start of the Israel-Hamas war. I've been defending Israel's right to defend itself. I feel better already. I'm not more critical in this case.
We follow public opinion. We know your shit. You're like the classic liberal boomer guy that's just gonna follow public opinion.
But at the time, it was very pertinent about actually the left and in particular in relation to anthropology.
Pretty sure she's a leftist, right?
This way, effectively, have gone out of their way to deplatform and shame anyone who, maybe on the right hand, on the conservative side, who deviated from their worldview. So free speech to them seems a very complex issue.
No, that's right. And look, I mean, but we have to be disciplined in how we advocate for, dialogue and free speech. And when I go to these college campuses, it's become very clear, and you see this now manifesting in some of the larger censorship regime that is taking over the West, that if a young student finds disagreement with a conservative or somebody on the right, they don't just find the ideas objectionable. Some, in fact, the majority, by a recent Pew poll, want to use force to try to silence and stifle and even censor those different ideas.
It hurts my heart to see him, man. It really does. And obviously he was right.
I mean, how prescient, Batsy, are those comments seem now? Because that's exactly... What's your reaction to Charlie's murder and born again? Maybe go from here?
Thank you so much for having me. It's obviously still very raw for a lot of us. I'm finding myself very hard between, on the one hand, wanting to honor his legacy of unity through debate and coming together to put down the temperature, and then wanting to honor his legacy of telling the truth. And the truth is, this is not a both sides issue. The killer killed him, according to police reports, because he found Charlie Kirk to be spreading hate. This is a view shared by every single prominent Democrat. Yes, there are people on the side for violence. But what actually caused this was the utterly continuing, utterly ridiculous demonization of the political opposition from the left. And it was just led to violence because they said the other sides were Hitler and Nazis. They said that speech is violence. To combine those two things together is to sign the death warrant of prominent conservatives. And that is what we are seeing again and again and again. And it is utterly facetious to suggest that there is any comparison between political violence on both sides. Every political violence not actually showing that, whether it's governorship, attempted assassination was correct.
Governor Shapiro, a left-wing guy, tried to kill him. But you know who tried to kill him? You know who tried to kill him? An Islamic, Palestine guy.
Epic victory!
That's right. Oh, get the hell out of here. That's right. That is not... Oh, well, they tried to assassinate a Democrat. Yeah. You know who tried to assassinate a Democrat? The leftist. The leftist tried to kill that guy.
Or whether it was the Minnesota assassinations, which were from somebody who said he was operating at the behest of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. There is a culture among Democrats at the highest level to suggest that their political opposition are a danger, and that suggests that their lives are forfeit.